Okay, through your worship, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and good morning, everybody, and welcome to our council meeting today. We'll call this meeting to order. Item number 1.1 on the agenda is O Canada, and I'd ask if you can to please rise for our national anthem. Thank you very much. And item number 1.2 on the agenda is our land acknowledgement, and I'll look to Councillor DeLeo for this. Good morning, Councillor.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We acknowledge that these waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. Miigwech.
Thank you, Miigwech, Councillor. And moving on to item number 2 is proclamations. 2.1, Office of the Mayor National Accessibility Week, and a recommended motion that Council proclaim May 31st to June 6, 2026 as Accessibility Week in the town of Wasaga Beach. Questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Belanger and Councillor White. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. We'll just make a quick note that Councillor DeLeo is on, or sorry, Councillor Ego is on vacation. Item number 3 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. I have no pecuniary interest before me at this time. If at some point throughout the meeting you feel you have a pecuniary interest, please let us know for the record. Item number 4 is adoption of the agenda, and I'll look to our clerk for some comments on this. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, members of Council and the public joining us. In accordance with Section 601B of the Procedure Bylaw and in consultation with the Chair, the agenda order of business will be amended to accommodate delegates and legal counsel, Mr. John Mascaron, who is joining us virtually this morning.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and we do have a recommended motion that the contents of the agenda of May 14th, 2026 be approved as circulated. Any questions or comments on this matter? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 5 is approval of the minutes, the regular meeting of Council minutes, April 30th, 2026, with a recommended motion that the minutes of the Council meeting held April 30th, 2026 be adopted as circulated. Any questions or comments on those minutes? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Presentations, item number 6 on the agenda. We do have a presentation this morning with respect to the Sunray Agreement of Purchase and Sale, 2026-514-48, and I will now look to our CAO, Andrew McNeil, for this presentation. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and thank you, Chris, for putting up the presentation. Council has asked that I provide a bit of background information just to inform council of all of the elements around this deal, as well as to share this with the public. We have shared a lot of this information in the past, but over time, you can forget some of the details. So this is a bit of a refresher on multiple fronts. And I will keep this fairly high level. Should council wish me to drill down a little deeper, happy to do so. For starters, I wanted to remind council that the area, the land that we are in discussions with Sunray on is part of our downtown community improvement plan. This came before council in 2024, and the community improvement plan was extended to 2029. The significance of that, a community improvement plan is a tool under the Planning Act that gives the municipality options to provide a number of incentives. They can range from TIGs, tax increment equivalency grants, waiving DCs, etc., selling land below fair market value. So all of that is enabled by a community improvement plan. And the purpose of a CIP is really to promote the economic development objectives of a municipality. In terms of the evolution of the hotel design, back when we executed the deal for the hotel on the 1.5 acres, I want to remind council the thought process at the time. The entirety of the site, which is approximately 4 acres, included a hotel in the top left, red building. There were 3 proposed mixed-use buildings that would have a residential component, ground floor commercial, and then to the right is an area that would be the future Festival Square. At that time, Sunray was proposing to do underground parking under the entirety of the site, including underneath the Festival Square. So at that time, what we said was the town would sell all of the land. The base price that was put on the land was $2 million. Prorated to the 1.5 acres, it was $580,000. And then the remainder of the deal would be realized through a joint venture where the town would share in the profits of the mixed-use buildings. As well, the municipality did not want to own the Festival Square at that time because when you have parking underneath a square, things happen, roofs tend to leak over time. It's quite common for municipalities not to want to own the surface on top of a parking structure because if you need to go in and fix the roof, somebody's got to pay for that. It's better that the private landowner own that. They can fix the roof, and then the municipality would simply have an easement over top to ensure that it looks and feels and functions as a public space. The image on the bottom left is the design of the hotel at that time. All of that informed the initial APS. I will also share that we were working with an appraisal at the time that showed the value of these lands was approximately $5.1 million. So the combination of the 580, the base of the 2 million, and then the profit sharing, we were very confident that would get us to an overall fair market value, base of 5 million, and we've included over time in a lot of our publications a range of $5 to $11 million because there's a bit of crystal ball. The market's a little soft. If it improved, those profits could go up. That was the deal at that time. The images on the right is where we are at today. The top is the new site plan. The bottom is the rendering of the proposed hotel. You can see the hotel design has evolved quite significantly for the better. In terms of the actual site plan, they have scaled back the extent of the underground parking. There is still underground parking in the first phase, the 1.5 acres. They are not planning to extend it all the way under the town square. So that means we do not need to sell that town square land. We can retain that, fully owned, operated, maintained by the municipality, which is fantastic. The big driver here has been parking, and what Sunray is looking to do as soon as the hotel is up and operating is pull the trigger on building a parking structure. That would go on the Phase 2 lands, which is the bottom right of that site plan. Additionally, there is a second hotel proposed on Moseley Street. So you can see the extent of the hotel has evolved. It's gotten bigger. There are now 2 hotels. There's a full convention facility, banquet hall, etc. So the overall hotel plan has increased significantly, which drives the parking demand. And that's why they are looking to build a parking structure. They approached the municipality and requested if the municipality would be interested in still maintaining the joint venture on a parking structure. We politely said, no, that's not really something we would be interested in. So it made sense not to proceed with the joint venture and simply proceed with a straight sale. First of all, it's much easier for everybody to understand. A joint venture is quite complicated. The whole management structure around a JV is incredibly complicated. So this is cleaner, it's simpler. So on the top drawing, there is a dashed blue line. The lands to the right of that dashed blue line are what we consider Phase 2 and Phase 3. What they are looking to do is purchase those lands. We have prepared a draft APS for that, and it is based on a current fair market value appraisal of $7.1 million. I mentioned earlier that our initial estimate was somewhere between 5 and 11 that we would realize with the joint venture deal. We're right in the middle of that. So overall, financially, this is a good deal for the municipality. It gets us where we initially thought we would be. Plus, the town realizes the money quicker. We don't have to wait for a JV, buildings to be built, et cetera. Given the current market, who knows when those buildings would have eventually been built. So this gets us money a lot quicker for the taxpayer of Wasaga Beach. Zooming in, sorry, I should have zoomed in to this as I was describing the site plan. Closer view here. So Hotel Marriott right on Beach Drive, banquet hall, future building, Phase 1B, that is a second hotel. The Marriott on the beachfront is a first-class top-tier hotel. The second hotel on Moseley would be a couple stars lower, which makes it more affordable, desirable for hockey tournaments, etc., figure skating tournaments. The future Phase 2 parking structures on the right, that would be clad so that it does not look like a parking structure. It would have commercial on the ground floor that would activate Festival Square. And then the Phase 3 building, for now, is a bit of a placeholder. They are saying for potential expansion of the hotel, but we will see what that looks like in the future. What I want to do is now walk you through the overall context of this deal. I'm calling this the town plan. There have been previous plans, a couple that I'm going to share with you, one by Slate, one by Baylock. Effectively, what the town is doing right now is acting like master developer, which is actually a good thing because we have the public interest in mind. We are able to ensure that as we work with developers on elements of this plan, different parcels of land, that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts and that it's all adding up to a good vision. So within the town plan, as council will remember, we executed an APS with Stonebridge Building Group for $14 million for the lands between 1st Street and 3rd Street. We are currently now having an APS before council today. The total of that APS is $7.68 million. I will share that we are looking to maintain the integrity of the $500,000 for the first phase, the 1.5 acres, to honor the original deal. But the additional lands at fair market value today get us to the original intent of $7.68 million. There are also additional lands that have not been sold, and I will share with you, and I'll just back up quickly, this $14 million sale has helped all of the land value across the beachfront. I mentioned we had an appraisal for 5.1 when we started. We now have an appraisal for 7.68. Sorry, for 7.1. So that deal has raised the value. We knew this would happen When the hotel gets built, all of the remaining lands, their value will increase and become more desirable. Using the per acre price based on the $7.1 million valuation that we just got, that gives you a 3.846 price per acre, which is the current fair market value that our appraisal has shared with us. Simply doing the math, calculating the areas of the remaining town land holdings, the former Dard site, that would give a current value of approximately $3.2 million. I mentioned Festival Square. We are not looking to sell that, so we're not placing a value on it. That will be maintained in public ownership. Where the beach bar used to be, the former Dome site, that would provide a value of $1.2 million. The area beside the arcade that's currently owned by the town, approximately $1 million valuation. And then the Spruce Street parking lot would be approximately $3.8 million. What that adds up to is a total of approximately $31 million. I mentioned there were two previous deals. The deal with Slate was proposed at $7 million. That was never fully accepted, but that was the valuation that Slate was looking for these exact same parcels of land. Baylock was looking to acquire the same parcels of land for $18 million. We are now realizing through a combination of APS sales plus valuation of remaining land, it's approximately 31. So the values are quite good here. The unsold lands, again, as I mentioned, we anticipate that those will continue to rise. We're in a very soft real estate market right now. When the market comes back, plus once more buildings are built in Stonebridge, once the hotel is built, those values will continue to increase. Many of you will recall back in 2015, the 2 councils ago, there was a purchase of land for $13.8 million down at the beachfront. I also want to state that there have been a series of purchases over the years by successive councils. All in their wisdom saw that there's a benefit to the municipality actually controlling the land down at the beachfront. You can't control your future if you don't own it. We are now in a position to control our future, and we are able to realize a pretty significant return to those purchases. So what I'm talking about on this slide is simply the 2015 land purchase for $13.8 million. The carrying costs on that, 6.4. So again, when you compare that, I think the dollars here are looking fairly favorable for the taxpayer of Wasaga Beach. The other element I wanted to talk about, and this has been a lightning rod for, I think, 3 elections now, about residential down at the beachfront. You will notice in this, as well as the larger Destination Wasaga plan, we are taking a very gentle hand with residential. The Stonebridge development, Breakers development, only has 154 residential units. There is no residential units currently proposed within the Sunray APS. It's all non-res, hotel related, and currently there is nothing planned on the additional town-owned lands. When you compare that with previous concepts, this is the Slate proposal that was done during the last term of council. 755 residential units were proposed, and that was for a value of $7 million. Now, again, that was not accepted, and I am not knocking this at all. Very good plan, has its merits, but I just want people to understand that there was significantly more residential proposed in this plan at a significantly less return to the municipality. With the Baylock proposal, there was 1,111 residential units proposed. The value of that was $18 million. So less money, dramatically more residential units. The thing that I really wanted to draw attention to is the first building that was proposed between 2nd and 3rd Street, that was going to be the first phase, had 280 residential units in the building, twice the entirety of the Stonebridge development. In a typical normal year for Wasaga Beach, we average between 200 to 300 residential units being built a year. and it fluctuates. Some years are better than others, but on average, that's where we tend to land. So what this project assumed was that either the entirety of the development within this community would go towards that building. I do not believe that's realistic. You're still going to get development on Sunnydale, around Elm, West End is coming on stream. So you're going to get a percentage of development that goes towards the beachfront. What percentage that is to be determined, but it's certainly not going to be 100%. So the reality of building a building of that scale and magnitude is it would have taken years to actually sell that building and get it out of the ground. I know we have had a few developers look at this and give us their opinion that it could have taken upwards of 10 years to actually sell and get something like that built. There are similar scale buildings that are proposed in the GTA right now that, given the market, are taking, again, multiple years to hit that sales threshold to make them viable. So just wanted the community to understand that. We're also paying attention, again, I try not to pay too much attention to Facebook, but occasionally I glance at it. And I noticed a comment that caught my eye a few days ago about parking. And particularly what it said was, the plan through Destination Wasaga that's being proposed is sprinkled with fairy dust, and it's not real, can never happen. And the commenter particularly called out parking as one of the reasons why that this plan could never happen. As you are aware, there are 2 parking structures proposed in Beach Area 1. One is a private structure proposed by Sunray. The second is a public structure proposed by the municipality to the east of Spruce Street. I wanted to share with you some of the simple math behind a parking structure. This, I don't know if anyone will remember, I shared this in the spring of 2023, shortly after I returned to the municipality. This was part of an MOU that was created between the municipality and Gateway prior to Gateway building on the west end of town. The essence of this at the time, Gateway said to us, we'd love to be at your beachfront, but the cost of parking is too high. It's easier and cheaper to build parking on the west end of town. So what we said is, okay, let's take that out of the equation and neutralize that aspect. The way you do that is you say, okay, what's it going to cost you and how much parking are you building out on the west end? At that time, 300 surface spots, 10,000 a spot was the going rate. So there's a value there of $3 million that went towards building the parking surrounding the existing casino. At that time, we had in hand a value of 17,000 a spot to build an above grade parking structure, 300 spaces, $5.1 million. What we said to Gateway is, take the money you're planning to spend on the west end, put it towards our parking structure. The net is $2.1 million to build a parking structure. That is extremely affordable to build a 300 spot parking structure. The reason I'm walking you through this is I was particularly called out in this post as promoting a $40 million parking structure on the beachfront that was not viable in 2018. And based on today's dollars, that equivalent parking structure would be $100 million, which makes the entirety of the plan not viable. So I wanted to share that math with you to show you that this was indeed viable. Today, we have updated the pricing. We constantly talk with constructors of parking garages. The going rate today to build a basic structure is $32,000 a spot. It's almost double what the prices were in 2017, 2018. Would have been great to have built that back then, would have been a lot cheaper. The equivalent structure today of 300 spaces would be 9.6 million. 400, 500, you can see the numbers there. We are currently doing a parking strategy that will help inform how many spaces our consultant team thinks are appropriate. And then, again, it's simple math. It's whatever that number is, you multiply by 32K. The additional element, these numbers reflect a base structure, gray concrete, multi-level. We would likely want to do something a little bit better, nicer aesthetically. You can line these, you can do a whole bunch of things with them. So there may be a bit of a premium to make it look a bit better, but it is certainly not $100 million. Lastly, I just wanted to share, in line with the community improvement plan, we believe, staff believe very strongly that this proposed development is a key anchor for our beachfront. It will be a key driver of economic activity to the municipality and support a number of initiatives across our community and be a key catalyst to the revitalization of the beachfront. So we overwhelmingly support moving forward with this, and hopefully council will consider moving forward as well. And with that, I will turn it over for questions.
Thank you very much, Andrew. We'll now look to members of council for questions or comments. Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Andrew. Fantastic walkthrough. Just a couple of quick questions. You answered a lot of my stuff here as I've written it down as we go into. The court area, as shown in this updated design, is that going to be a public space, even though it's owned by the Sunray Group?
Yeah, we typically refer to those, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, we typically refer to those as POPs, privately owned public space.
Okay.
Meaning, for the public, they won't know whether it's public or private. They'll have the ability to walk through there.
Your Worship, if I may? Thank you. So if I'm looking at your parking strategy, I understand that the parking structures are a future thought. Are the future sites as well going to serve as the interim parking? So the property next door and then behind the hotel that are earmarked for future, this is where current parking will happen until these lands get built, and then they'll get into that?
That's correct. So the first phase development is to build the entirety of the ground floor under the hotel from Beach Drive to Moseley. So the first floor will be entirely built. The banquet hall will be built, as well as the Marriott Hotel. The second phase of that would be to add the second hotel. In the interim, they would use additional surface parking to meet the parking demand. They will also build underground parking below that. Okay. So the combination of below-grade parking plus the surface parking will fulfill the parking demand for the hotel. Once the hotel is open and has stabilized, they will pull the trigger on the parking structure, and then that will unlock the final parcel of land.
Okay. And in this plan, you talked here a bit about a CIP. Like, how long will the taxpayer have to wait to receive the sale money of these properties? Is there a delay between having to wait for them to build in order to receive the funds, or what's your plan there?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you want to get into elements of the actual agreement of purchase and sale, but in the APS, we have specified a June 19th closing date where we would ask, yes, of this year, where we would ask for payment. Whatever they need for surface parking, they should buy now. We have been told that they just need the lands underneath the structured parking. So there's a value, it's $5 million and change, that they would be required to pay. And then we've put an outset limit that they must purchase the remaining land within 2 years. I anticipate that they'll move quicker than that. It sounds like they want to expedite the hotel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, I think I've was on council through all of this, and I think there's some important information to share. Can you go back to the slide with BYOB proposal?
And I should be clear, I didn't want to go too far down the rabbit hole on any of these, but happy to answer any
Yeah, I
questions.
wanted the one that shows all three together, the prices.
Oh, okay, yep.
Yeah, sorry. This one here. So that BYOB was a number of years ago, so some people may say the difference between 18 million and 31 million is natural evaluation that has occurred. I want to point out that that's absolutely not the case. The sale actually was executed on the 18 million. We were able to stop that sale afterwards at that time, and we have released this publicly prior, there was a $10 million higher appraisal that was not shared with council. It came to light much after the fact. So when they sold for 18 million, we knew at that point the land was approximately valued at 28 million. And I think that's an important fact for people to understand. At the time, I had worked out a calculation on everything we had bought over 20 years. In fact, I believe I was sanctioned for 30 days for making that public, but I want to make sure that everyone understands that that was totally unacceptable to me personally on council, and was a very poor deal for our community.
And if I could, I would tend to agree with that assessment. The numbers speak for themselves. Again, I don't want to go too in-depth on any of these proposals. The other thing that stands out to me on the Baylock proposal was closing of public roads. That is genuinely not considered a good thing to do. Closing Beach Drive, closing First Street, closing Second Street, keeping Main Street closed. To make a place public, you want public streets. This council understood that. You wisely opened Beach Drive. We are maintaining all of those streets. We're actually reopening Main Street. That's a better approach. This development would have overwhelmed the beach, and it would have felt private.
Anything further, Councillor Belanger? All right, thank you. Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I just have a comment. I'm delighted, really, that the joint venture is not going to happen and that the convention and banquet center is going to be established as something that can drive traffic to the town all, as we work towards that 12-month-a-year plan to activate that area. What's better than bringing in conventions? And the economic spin-off that we're going to feel from that throughout the town is going to be quite exciting. So I couldn't be happier to see that switch in the original plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to comment on the agreement that I've been reading. So, Andrew, bear with me on this one, okay? I can comment on that, correct?
Well,
Or do you want me to wait when the motion comes forward? You tell me.
Well, I'm going to look to the clerk.
Because I did ask.
The agreement is still not been signed by both parties, and
Right.
so, Madam Clerk, is it something we want to be speaking to? I know that we've got information out in the public, but we want to make sure we don't step over any of those bounds, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we're considering the presentation assists with the report that forms part of the agenda. Those recommendations within that report do seek approval for the agreement of purchase and sale. So I find it's okay.
Good enough. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. All right. So it's a little bit, so bear with me. So going through it, I did notice, like you just mentioned now, that the Festival Square, originally they were donating it. It wasn't mentioned that they were buying it. Am I assuming correctly? They were donating the square for 1.5 million, and that was a donation on top of that. So just for clarification.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, the original deal was that it would maintain under private ownership, which is very common, done all over the place, but there would be a public easement put over the square so that, as I described, if there's a leak of the parking structure, et cetera, and Sunray would provide $1.5 million towards the capital construction of that square. We are maintaining that contribution, the $1.5 million, from Sunray towards the construction, but the land is not being sold. It's maintaining under public ownership. So this is actually a better scenario.
So they're still donating the 1.5 million towards that?
That is in the APS, correct?
Yeah, okay, good. All right. So the next one. Okay, so I'm just going to read this from the financial implications. The sale of the hotel land and the adjacent Phase 2 and 3 lands is considered a good return on investment for the municipality and will help build the non-residential assessment base of the municipality and provide an economic catalyst to the beachfront. So in this agreement, there was no mention of the property taxes, Because originally, we were giving Sunray 3 years free property tax, and then 2 years 50% off, which I was against. So is there any agreement to that? Because there's nothing in the agreement for that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Teague agreement stands on its own. It is not part of the agreement of purchase and sale. As I mentioned in the community improvement plan, council has the authority to provide things like a Teague, which is tax increment equivalency grant over a period of time as an incentive. Sunray did request that to assist with them stabilizing the operations of the hotel. Again, very common. So that Teague is still in place. We need to execute that, but council has provided direction to do that. Doesn't need to come back to council.
So that TIC would only be for the hotel. What about the other properties? Are they going
Just-
to pay property tax on that as well?
Correct, just for the hotel.
Just for the, but they're going to pay property tax for the rest, for phase 2 and phase 3?
Yeah, to be clear, Councillor, the Teague, so the benefit is only applied to the hotel
Okay.
lands.
Good.
All of the other lands that they're purchasing, they will pay full taxes on.
Good. That's what I wanted to know. And no mention of development fees. Are they going to be paying their fair share of development costs?
Yes.
There's nothing in the agreement for that. I didn't see.
No, council did not provide any direction to give any DC incentives.
Okay, good. Okay. So that's that. All right. Next.
And I guess to be clear, unless there was direction to reduce DCs, there'd be no reason for it to be in the agreement. It's a standard
okay.
policy.
Okay, just clarifying. Yeah, it's always good to clarify. So phase 3, the purchase price of the phase 3 is $2,286,440.87 plus HST. But they don't have to pay that for another 2 years. So basically, we're giving them this building, land, for 2 years, and we're paying for it, so they're going to get it for free for 2 years? Like, that doesn't make sense. No, don't shake your head, Mr. Mayor. You're
happy to-
giving this land.
Sorry, Councillor, do not direct me. And I'm shaking my head because I'm shaking my head to say, no, that's not correct. We're going to let the CAO answer your question. But it's important that this information be correct in the public. And so I was shaking my head simply because I was indicating, no, that's not correct.
Okay, but I'm still.
We're going to let, Councillor, we're going to let the CAO answer your question, all right? When you ask a question of staff or someone else, please allow them to answer in their entirety.
Okay, yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The only lands that Sunray will be allowed to use are the lands that they purchase. So if they need surface parking, they should purchase it. As of today, what they have shared with me is they need the land underneath where the structure would be, so the phase 2 lands. If they come back and they're finalizing all the planning details with Trevor and his team, if they come back and say, you know what, we need all of it, well, you need to purchase all of it. We already have the price established. If they don't need that finals phase land once the hotel immediately opens, then the town would maintain ownership of that until such time as they pay for it.
So I'm basically asking phase 3, the one that's looking over Beach Drive.
Correct. So that would
So that-
maintain under town ownership
Okay,
until such time as they pay for it.
okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, so that's that.
And so to be clear, not only would it remain under town ownership, but they would not be permitted to use that land
Right.
until they paid for
That,
it.
right, because it wasn't very clear on here, so I just wanted to make sure. I'm just clarifying here, that's it.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, so the other part that kind of struck out for me was the development timeline, that they have until September 1st, 2029 to complete this. Are we talking just the hotel? Because that's 3 years. So, I mean, I've seen the Holiday Inn in Collingwood be built in 3 months. So here we're giving them 3 years. So for 3 years, like, so can you answer that one?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, this is not a Holiday Inn.
I know that.
I think you need to understand, they have brought in one of the world's leading hotel designers to custom design this for Sunray with Marriott's approval. To get Marriott's approval, you have to hit a very high bar for the Bonvoy criteria. They've also brought in one of the world's leading interior design companies. This is not going to look like a Holiday Inn. This is going to be a one-off special hotel for our community. What they have said to us is they anticipate a 2-year build. So breaking ground, with the September date to break ground is still live. We've given them 29 just to give them a bit of a buffer. We don't want them to be working so fast that they make mistakes. So we anticipate the build will be 2 years and that they'll bring it well within the 29 timeframe, but that's the reason for 2029.
Okay, just asking. Another one. All right. Okay. Hold on. In the agreement, though, I don't see it being said as a Marriott hotel. Is there a reason for that? They're just saying Sunray. So there's no mention of Marriott.
So the
Are we
agreement.
guaranteed we're getting this Marriott?
So the agreement between Sunray and Marriott is their agreement. It does not involve the municipality. What flag they choose to put on a hotel really doesn't matter to us. We want a hotel. We are absolutely thrilled with the flag that they've chose to fly. But again, we can't control what flag a hotelier puts on their hotel.
All right, so bottom line is, we may not get a Marriott. It's not guaranteed.
No, so that agreement has been approved by Marriott. That has been executed. That would not have been announced without the approval of Marriott. So if you recall, we held that announcement back until that agreement was in full force. So we have spoken directly with Marriott. They are excited to be part of this. Everything that Sunray is designing has to go through Marriott to get Marriott's approval. It's a very high standard that Marriott requires. But again, we don't control that aspect, but we're thrilled with it.
Okay, so my last point, and this was the sticking point for me. So in the recommendation, am I allowed to talk about the recommendation? Because we're not at that point yet.
Absolutely.
Am I? Okay. It says that council delegate authority to the mayor, the CAO, and the clerk to make any minor changes required to finalize the agreement with Sunray Beach Drive, Inc. So I have a problem with that. And I'll tell you why I have a problem with that. Okay, first off, I'm going to read what I had written, okay? So I do want to acknowledge, first off, the significant amount of work staff and council have put into this. I appreciate the effort that has gone bringing this forward today. However, after reviewing the motion and accompanying agreements, I have concern about the clause that allows the mayor, the CAO, and the clerk to make changes to the agreement after council votes. Because the final version of the agreement may differ from the one before us today, I do not feel I can responsibly vote on a document that is fully not finalized. So this is not a comment on the project itself, nor on the work of staff or council. It is simply a matter of ensuring that any decision I make here is based on the complete and final information. So I can't put my name on something that you guys can change, and then we have no control over that. So if that clause does not come out, I will be abstaining from this vote.
Understood. And through you, Mr. Mayor, that's certainly within council's prerogative. If you want the final to come back to council, staff have no objection with that. We're happy to get the agreement executed and bring the final back to council for council to execute. No issue from our perspective. The whole point of that was simply there could be no significant changes to the agreement, so as long as the spirit and intent was maintained. If you're into, well, you need a comma here, basic formatting, wordsmithing, but maintaining the integrity. If council was comfortable delegating it, we were happy to do that. If council wants it to come back, I have no concerns.
I get that, but if it's something that is like kind of major, I think council should see it.
Well, I
Finalize it.
think what the recommendation says is minor changes.
But what may be minor to you guys may not be minor to us.
Fair enough? Anything further, Councillor? All right, thank you. Deputy.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Thank you, Andrew, for a great fulsome report. I think it's really important that the public see apples to apples in terms of concept and value from previous deals to today's deal. I think we have an outstanding offer here from Sunray, in my opinion, and I think that this has been very thoughtfully done, very carefully done, and very mindful of the protection of the residents of Wasaga Beach and their beloved Beach One. I think it's also important to mention, for memory's sake, that under previous council, under Mayor Patterson, they were prepared to give away Beach 2 just to get a hotel. Like he understood, that council at that time understood the absolute essentialness of getting proper accommodations here in Wasaga Beach if we were going to elevate the tourism experience. And they were going to give away Beach 2. So the fact that we are realizing this level of return with such a thoughtful design, I think is incredible. So I thank you and the entire team for all of the work that has gone into negotiating to this point. For clarification, before I make another comment, if you could please, in the Slate and the Baylock deal, those two deals included all of the land. No remaining parking lot at Spruce Street, no remaining lands to still continue to realize uplift. If you could just confirm that, please.
Yeah, I was not here at the time, so I may call Kevin or Jocelyn to confirm. My understanding is that all the lands, save and except for Festival Square, which is consistent with what we are doing. Is that correct, Kevin?
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor Snell. So the original blocking plan had the lands from, there were 5 blocks. First block being 3rd Street to essentially 1st Street, which, as CEO McNeil had mentioned, we were willing to consider the disposition of 2nd Street and 1st Street at the time. The second block was essentially the Dard property from Beach to Moseley Street. The third block was a portion of the, basically blocks 3 and 4 were Playland parking lot. We had maintained a little larger footprint for Festival Square, so that was not part of the blocking plan. And then phase 5 was the block on the Spruce Street parking lot near the water treatment plant. So those were the 5 blocks that were under consideration in the previous RFPs.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, because that clarifies the point. So the only land that we were going to be retaining through those 2 previous deals was the parking lot on the river. So this is obviously a much better deal land-wise as well for the municipality. And shut me down, Mr. Mayor, if I'm out of order, but I feel it's very important that we not intentionally try to mislead the public in regards to this deal. And I really feel it's important that as we have important discussions like this that are highly publicly viewed, that we maintain decorum and proper code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Just to clarify, to your point about the lands, the Nancy Island parking lot, I think, is what you referred to, and also, as Kevin had mentioned, Festival Square, which was slightly larger than the current one, but I just want to clarify that for the public. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Back to the bit about the delegated authority. At this point in the process, I'm a little bit confused by this. This is a very common piece that we've done in the past. So to be, at this point in the process, we've all been, very enthusiastically aligned on the design. We've shared some of the same concerns and questions about the deal as it's progressed from its initial stages on to now. As a council, we've all been on board with the partners. We've all been on board with the brands. We were there at the brand launch at the arena and all this sort of stuff. We have given delegated authority to beachfront leases, to land transfers, one in 2 councils of sessions ago where we gave delegated authority for minor changes. I would hate to see something like that type of thing give the impression that not everybody on this council is as enthusiastically on board. Voting to abstain, which is a vote against, puts a tarnish on this, to be honest with you, in my opinion. I firmly feel that we've all been aligned along this, and I don't want to mislead the public at this point in the process and think that there's any outstanding questions, because there aren't. The APS is pretty clear, and minor changes are minor changes. And major changes, well, obviously that has to come back to council, but minor changes and delegated authority is something that not only this council has done, but previous councils have done without any issue. And I don't want to see that being a black eye on what is an incredibly great moment for our town to really finally, since 2007, see development at our beachfront.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor White, I heard you loud and clear. Minors is minor, but this project is a huge project in magnitude. It's not something, sure, just swap the lands, and it's huge. And if I'm going to put my vote on there, I got to know what I'm voting for. Like, I need to know the final. So if there's going to be anything that is of significance, I think we have the right here to, we're not going to outvote it, but I want to know about it before I put my vote on it. So it's not like I'm saying, no, I don't want the deal. Sure, I want the deal, but I want to know more as a finalized deal. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Did you want to respond, Councillor White?
Worship, if I may, through you. I understand the concerns around this, but you've got to understand why I am enthusiastically supporting this transformative deal is because we have given delegated authority time and time again to this incredible leadership team, and every time they've come back, it's been well within and sometimes even better than our expectations of the original deal. To suggest or to imply that something nefarious could happen here, I think is taking a wrong turn. This is a tremendous thing, and this is the right moment to everybody to do what we've done the entire length of this process, is stand behind this great work and get this project done.
All right, Councillor Belanger?
I just want to point out that this is not a one-off. All of us sitting at this table have given delegated authority for minor changes on a multitude of projects. Multitude, in this term of council. It's often the case that we turn it over to the clerk and CAO and mayor to finish off, and the term minor variances are, or we give parameters, but this is something that we've all, including Councillor DeLeo, has voted in favor of time and time again. So I kind of agree that we have I personally know all of our senior management. I know their dedication to this community, and there's a level of trust between council and that. And if something were to be deemed more than minor, they would bring it back to council. They wouldn't make that decision without bringing it back to council. So I just want to make that very clear to the public. I think any organization, if there's a lack of trust between departments, between senior management and staff, it is an organization that is doomed for failure.
Thank you, Councillor. Before we go any further, I just want to remind members of council to not refer to each other. Just make your comments free of referring to each other so as that we don't let this get personal. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. This has nothing to do with trust. Absolutely nothing to do with, and yes, we have delegated authority to them on certain issues, but again, I stand by what I said. This is not minor. This is a magnitude project that I want to see the final before I say approved. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. To move this point along, I would be in favor of, if Councillor DeLeo was putting forward a motion to adjust that component so that it does come back, as the CAO has mentioned he has no issue in doing. Let's just remove that piece, and I would have asked for a recorded vote.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have a delegate on this item, so prior to considering the report and the recommendations contained within it, we would ask that you entertain the delegation, please.
All right, so we'll do that first, and then we'll come back to this. If there's any changes required, then we can look at it then. All right, if there's no other comments, I'll just make my comments. It's, no, we're not ready for the delegation yet, Madam Deputy Clerk. Madam Deputy Clerk? Okay, we're not ready for the delegation yet. Yeah, I still have comments to make.
Sorry, through your worship. I've just been advised that Mr. Baresi has to leave, so there will be no delegations today from him.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And is that on both matters then?
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much. All right, I'll make my comments then, and then I'll turn it back to the clerk to take us through the next step of the process. This is a pivotal point, as one of the councillors has already indicated, and, I can remember back to 1988, when then Mayor Walter Borthwick was down at the beachfront. It was on CKVR. I've seen the clip even recently, where he indicated that although it was with sadness and melancholy, his words, that Playland Park was being dismantled and being sold off and so on, that it was very important that we continue now to move forward into the future and that we look to having a great hotel and a casino, his words, down at Beach Area 1. And that was back in 1988, which is some 38 years ago. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have been 38 years. A lot of people want to say we've been since 2007 when the fire happened. No. We've been 38 years in this community through many different councils, back and forth, start, stop, and each and every time it cost the taxpayers of Wasaga Beach tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, depending how you want to look at it. And we have council after council who, stop it, start it, stop it. I made a decision in 2015 when I was mayor to bring to council a proposal to purchase the vast majority of these lands at the beachfront from a developer who made it very clear to the municipality that they had no intentions at that time on moving forward or changing anything. And the buildings were in disarray, in decay, and they were continuing to let that happen. And I made it clear that under my watch as mayor to these folks that I would be approaching council and that we would make sure that they had to follow every bylaw, every fire ordinance, anything possible to make them move this forward. That this decay on our community could no longer continue. And I asked them if they would be interested in selling the land, and they scoffed at me at the time and said, absolutely not. And it was 2 days later, in a committee of the whole meeting up in the classroom, when the CAO delivered a message to me to please reach back out to their lawyer. And I knew we were going to have an issue when they arrived here to meet with me, because when you ask someone for a meeting and they show up with their lawyer, that really is never a good feeling or a good thought. But I did call their lawyer back, Mr. D. Tomaso at the time, and he indicated that the partners had talked, and if the municipality was interested in purchasing these lands, they would consider that, but only under those circumstances. And I brought this proposal forth to council, and council, in their wisdom, for the most part, decided, yes, this is what we should do. And because I indicated then we cannot control what we do not own. And believe me, the mudslinging as it is today was rampant over this purchase. And I stand by that decision back then of that council to make this purchase, and the proof is in the pudding today that that was the right thing to do. Our community is moving forward. Our community is the talk of the province, not just the county, because of everything that we are doing here moving forward. And to the Deputy Mayor's point, back in Mayor Cal Patterson's time, they were willing to give away Beach Area 2 lands for a hotelier to come to Wasaga Beach, build a nice hotel with some conference space, and they couldn't get a taker for free, fully serviced. Matter of fact, they even serviced those lands in that area so as that they would be shovel-ready for someone to do so. And here we sit today with the country's #1 hotelier, some 80-plus hotels, and many other businesses and franchises. And we are, in any way, shape, or form, thinking that we shouldn't move forward with this is mind-boggling to me. Ladies and gentlemen, I've said this before, I have to say it again. Do you really believe that the country's #1 hotelier, with billions of dollars in investments in hotels and business, is going to come to Wasaga Beach or any other municipality and go from a $40 million investment to a $65 million investment to a top-notch brand name, not just a Marriott hotel, but a Marriott Hotel Resort and Spa under the Bonvoy Group, if they haven't done their homework and they're not confident that they can be successful. So let me talk a little bit about the CIP that was put in place, I believe, in 2015 or 2016, and why we did that. Council at that time, and the previous council to this council, and this council, have put that in place and left that in place because we know and understand that we have to make concessions in some cases in order to get development started. That's why CIPs exist under the Municipal Act. So municipalities, when they want to see certain development in certain areas, have the ability to bonus or do what they have to do to make that happen. And this CIP, from its inception, has included the beachfront. And it's why the TEAG is in place. It's why we reduced the cost of the land specifically for the hotel, to ensure we could make this happen. 38 years. This couldn't happen. And here we are, with a world-class hotelier, with a world-class hotel, and a conference center, and a second hotel, and a parking structure, and underground parking, solving all of the concerns and issues that have been brought up. And we would even think for a split second that they wouldn't be acting in good faith. They probably have $10, $12 million invested in this project already, through design, through tests, through studies. It's a significant amount of money. This council has brought some $355 million in investment between the province and private sector. And here's what we know. The breakers probably wouldn't be there today and started if the hotel hadn't been here and ready to start beforehand. And what our CAO back in 2014-18, he was our economic development officer, told us is that when you bring the right people to the table, land values will go up and we will benefit from that. And that stands true today. You know, there are folks out there who will tell you and say anything to try and kibosh this to serve their own interests. As your mayor and as this council, I sit here today, as do members of this council, and saying what we're telling you we believe is the best thing to move our community forward. It's time. Some people will say it's too soon. Some people will say it's moving too fast. The timing's not right. They're right. The timing's not right. The timing was 38 years ago. In 1988, not 2007. I am extremely proud of the staff and the work that they have done on this, and the mindset of this council, and the want and desire to move our community forward, to make it everything it should be. We are attracting other companies, Costco, Second Shoppers, Food Basics, you name it. These companies are coming to town, not because they haven't done their homework and they're taking a risk and a chance. They're coming because they're seeing what's happening. They've done their homework, believe me. They didn't get to where they are by not doing business plans and making sure that they would be confident and successful before they spend millions of dollars and invest. They're not buying a cottage. They're not buying an older business and hoping to turn it around. So I want to commend staff, Andrew, you and your team, for the amazing work that you are doing, and I know will continue to work. I have zero doubt in you and the team's ability And I have absolutely zero doubt in your honesty and integrity and your desire and commitment to move this community forward. Delegated authority is something that councils across this province, this country, do often to get things done and to make things happen. And over much larger deals than this even. This is not uncommon. Anything that we have done throughout this process is not uncommon. There's now rumors out there that, oh, it's going to cost $25 million for hydro. Well, this isn't new news. In 2015, we were told by Wasaga Distribution that we would need, if we move forward down there, to look at the hydro distribution and to make changes. Not unlike any other development in this community. Sunnydale Trails community, a massive, great community within Wasaga Beach. Wasaga Distribution had to create and put in a new substation. When Stonebridge was built, Wasaga Distribution built a new substation. It's in the gazebo in Stonebridge. And every other development throughout this community practically. The Ontario Energy Board is a heavy regulator, and it's how it works. The developer pays their fair share of the portion of having to move and add new services, and the balance gets put back into the rate program and is paid by everybody. Nothing new here, folks. I know you want to throw mud and make it look bad, but there's nothing new. We're following proper process, proper procedures. We're doing things that are repeatable and defendable. And we have no delegations now, correct, on this matter? I'm going to look to our CAO for a comment, and then we will go to the question. Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add one point. I think it's important to get this on the official record. I had a slide talking about the economic impact. I just want to be very clear that this long sought after hotel represents a significant economic opportunity for the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. I couldn't agree more. And I think what we'll do is we'll reach out to Brendan Weiss, who is the President CEO of Wasaga Distribution, and have him respond. I know the WDI will be coming to council in the not-too-distant future with the annual report that they bring, and he can speak to that then as well, so as that people have an understanding as to how that system works, and that, again, nothing new here. All right, Madam Clerk, we have no delegation, so I'm going to put a line through the delegation from Mr. Barisi, and I'll move right on to the recommended motion.
Thank you, Your Worship.
All right, thank you. So we have a recommended motion then on this matter that the report and presentation titled Sunray Beachfront Agreement of Purchase and Sale to the Council meeting of May 14th, 2026 be received, and that Council declare parts of 24 and 32 Main Street surplus to the town's needs, and that Council approve the sale of 31 Beach Drive, part of 40 Mosley Street, and parts of 32, 28, 24, and 20 Main Street, according to the terms and conditions outlined in the attached agreement of purchase and sale. And that Council delegate authority to the Mayor, CAO, and Clerk to make any minor changes required to finalize the agreements with Sunray Beach Drive, Inc., and that Council approve the amendments to the agreement of purchase and sale for 41, 47, and 59 Beach Drive, and part of 40 Mosley Street as per the attached modified agreement of purchase and sale. And that the Mayor and Clerk be authorized to execute the agreement of purchase and sale and amended agreements of purchase and sale with Sunray Beach Drive, Inc., and that Council authorize staff to proceed with all actions necessary to give effect to these agreements, including the execution and registration of any required documents. Could I, any questions or comments on this? Councillor White?
Your Worship, if I may, just with the comments around the clause for delegated authority, do we want to take a moment and have that? Did the council member want to have that friendly amendment in order to have her vote recorded?
Well, that would be up to the councillor if she wants to do that. Councillor, do you want to put forward an amendment to this?
Sure.
What would that amendment be?
Remove that clause.
Remove that clause. Someone to second that? The members made the amendment, councillor. Is there-
Or, when you're saying minor, be a little bit more specific. I mean, if it's minor, I don't have a problem. But if it's something a little more than minor,
Mr. CAO, this is a tough one. Mr. CAO or Madam Clerk, what do we consider minor? And again, I get this is a tough one, but give it a shot.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. From my perspective, honestly, I don't think it's worth causing friction amongst council over that recommendation. My recommendation would simply be to modify it to say, delegate authority to the mayor, CAO, and clerk to finalize the agreement with Sunray and bring it back to council for execution. That's fine.
So what I will say to that, in the interest of time, because we want to get this document executed, and this just drags it on and on and on and on. So if that's the case, I just want to be clear, as soon as we have done that, if this should pass, this amendment, as soon as it is done, we will call a special council meeting. So council, be available to get back to this table to get this executed. And so I'd like to see that in the clause. I'm going to look to our clerk to wordsmith this, as she always does so well.
Thank you, Your Worship. So based on the motion that the councillor would like to table, so the amended motion that we'll vote on is that staff be directed to bring back the finalized agreement of purchase and sale for consideration, and paragraph 4 will be removed from the main motion. And that will be inserted in its place.
Councillor Belanger?
If I heard correctly, we want to add that a special council meeting will be immediately convened.
That's at the call of the chair, councillor, so that's a
okay.
given, so, yeah. All right, any other questions or comments on this matter? Councillor White?
Sorry, Your Worship. So if the councillor agrees to move that, if we could get a seconder, and then we can debate the amendment.
So, councillor, do you agree with that, to move it? Yes. Okay. All right, councillor White, you'll second that? Yeah, but will you second that? The answer is yes? Okay, and your comment?
My comment is this. While I don't want to move forward with the amendment, I will support the amendment because I know that every one of us on this council table has been an enthusiastic proponent of the details of this process all the way along. And I know personally that the CFO and the CAO and their teams clearly understand what a minor change would be versus a major change. But I do want every one of us to be on the right side of history to have that vote on here. I don't want to have a negative vote because I think that that does not represent how everybody feels about this agreement.
All right, any other comments or questions on this matter? Councillor Belanger?
I'm torn. I don't want to support the amendment because I have a high level of trust. We've done this many times, and so it's not to me that it has to be a unanimous vote. It would be preferred, but I'm not going to support the amendment.
Thank you, councillor. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Sorry, Your Worship, through you, and to the previous point, I don't think this is a matter, if we were to support this amendment, that there's any lack of faith with staff or anything. We all clearly feel the way we do about staff, and I think we've been very expressive about that. I think what this is just trying to move the business along and not get tangled in the weeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Last chance. Councillor Belanger?
I'll just say, given the deputy mayor's comment, I will begrudgingly support.
You can do all of that with your hand, councillor. All right, so we have an amendment. We need a vote on the amendment. So you've heard the amendment. It's moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries 5-1. All right, so we now go back to the main motion with the amendment. You've heard the motion with the amendment. We need a mover and a seconder for this one, please. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor?
Sorry, a recorded vote has
Recorded
been
vote. Sorry,
requested.
Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Councillor Blanchet. Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
Favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
That carries unanimously.
I'm going to take a moment to just indicate why I voted in opposition of the amendment. I didn't want to make this comment before the vote, but I'll make it now. I voted opposed to it because I have all the confidence in the world in our staff, in our clerk, in our CAO, and I think that I have shown time and time again my ability and honesty with and for this council. I think by putting that amendment in, we put a shadow of doubt, and I can't agree to that. I think it is disparaging to our staff and is very disappointing. We'll now move on then to 7.1, which Mr. Brise is now not going to be speaking to this matter, correct?
Your Worship, he's not in attendance, so we'll move on in the agenda.
Okay, but I do believe we were told earlier he wouldn't be speaking to any one of his two delegations, correct?
So, through your worship, can I just consult with the clerk for a second?
Certainly may.
Okay, thank you.
And while you do that, thank you very much. Why don't we take a comfort break? It's a new term I've heard. For 7 minutes, we'll come back at 11:35.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. We'll call this meeting back to order. And we're now moving on in the agenda to bylaw number 2026-41A, which is a bylaw to amend bylaw 2022-89, being a bylaw to provide for indemnification of current and former council members, board members, employees, and volunteers. And we moved this up because we do have lawyer John Mascarin, who is town council, in attendance via Zoom. Good morning, John. Good to see you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
And he was here because we did have a delegation pertaining to this, and we wanted John to be here to answer any questions on this. However, that delegation is not happening now. The individual has decided he's not going to delegate today. So before we let you go, John, we're just going to, it was also pulled by Councillor DeLeo, this item. So I'm going to turn to Councillor DeLeo with respect to this item. Council will discuss it, and you'll be there in case we have any questions. Thank you very much. Good morning. Councillor DeLeo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to discuss it, I just have a statement. So I recognize the intent behind this proposed amendment, but this bylaw was revised earlier in this term, and the second expansion of indemnification goes beyond what it could support. So respectfully, I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor, any questions or comments? Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you, and I hope I'm allowed to ask this question, but are there any former councillors or council members and staff that are named in lawsuits that we're going to be protecting with this indemnification?
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. There is litigation. All those litigation documents are found on the internet, within the court system, and that's as far as I'll discuss any litigation, active litigation.
Mr. Cieo, did you have a comment?
Just to add to the clerk's comment there is a rather significant case that is before the courts. We won't talk to the details. A copy of the statement of claim was released on social media in January. For those members of the public who are interested, the town's defense is now available online, as well as a judgment against the plaintiff. That plaintiff owes the municipality money. So I encourage residents who are interested in this to go onto the court's website and you can read for yourself. I would also like to recommend to Mr. Mayor, because we have John on the call, would it be worthwhile explaining what this amendment is about? I've noticed confusion around it, and I think having John explain and clarify why this is being proposed would be helpful.
Thank you, Andrew. I was going to get to that, but I wanted to hear from council first, so I'll just go back to Councillor White.
Through your worship, sorry for the pushback, but if everything is publicly available and on social media, obviously something I've missed on social media as I don't go there very often, can we not name the plaintiff or the defendants in the case?
Well, I think for this purpose today, this purpose is about the indemnification bylaw. It's not about any specific case. So to your point, Councillor, I think what we'll do, if there's no other comments or questions at this time, we'll go to John Mascarin to explain why this, how this has come to be and why, and then we can come back to any further questions or comments. All right, John, good morning again, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So through you to council, I was asked, I don't know, couldn't have been that long ago, a couple of weeks ago, if I could take a look at your indemnification bylaw to make sure that it was, well, a standard indemnification bylaw. Did it work? Was it okay? The first part of it was pretty much carbon copy of almost every other indemnification bylaw that I've seen. So just to be very clear, members of council are allowed to ensure that they are protected in the case that lawsuits are brought against them while they are acting in their proper, normal capacity, and acting in good faith. Almost every municipality that I've ever been involved with has had a form of indemnification bylaw, which is a bylaw that a municipality is authorized to enact under Section 279 of the Municipal Act. It will cover typically members of council. It may also cover staff members who, of course, are carrying out certain duties, and they themselves may be brought into litigation matters because someone's upset with a decision that the clerk has made or that the CAO may have made or about an action that the treasurer took. So they are protected. This is very common, and as I've indicated, almost every municipality that I've been involved with has had some form of indemnification bylaw that says if something is brought, if a court proceeding, administrative matter is brought against a member, and even if it's brought now, but they're a former employee or a former member of council, the municipality will stand behind them and pay for their legal fees and pay for any costs that may be attended to that. Again, very common. Any municipalities that don't have this type of bylaw, and I have run across a few of them, I have recommended to them that a best practice for good governance is to have a form of indemnification bylaw. So, as I indicated, the first part of your indemnification bylaw is pretty much carbon copy of almost every other one that I've seen, and that's up to about up to Section 5. But when I got to Section 5, I was very surprised. Section 5.1 and 5.2 contain two clauses that I have to admit I've never seen before. Those clauses said two things. The first one said, council may relook at a matter and decide that a person was not entitled to be indemnified, and council could take away that right at any time. Not if the member was not entitled to it, but only if council believed it was something that it could do. I found that extraordinary because I thought the principle was once you're entitled to indemnification or to some right, it vests. In fact, our research actually found that. So Clause 5.1 and 5.2 that said if a member has been reimbursed in accordance with the provisions of the bylaw, and remember the indemnification bylaw says members of council, members of staff, and if they are former members, have to fit certain eligibility requirements, one of which is that they have acted in good faith. So if you've met those requirements, you shouldn't be having your right taken away from you or asked to reimburse any costs or any defense costs that have been paid to you. So I found both of those clauses extraordinary, and I hadn't seen anything like that. So my recommendation back to the clerk, back to staff, was those clauses should be removed. And in fact, if there was any doubt, I recommended the insertion of a new clause 5.1, which is in the current code now, which enshrines the principle of if you're entitled to have indemnification, that is a right at law that's vested, and the council can't come back and remove it if you've met all of the eligibility requirements. Otherwise, you could see the evil that might happen with a new council coming on board and going, you know what? We're really gonna, I'm not gonna use the word, but we're gonna take away the entitlements that those persons had received that law and that they thought that they were entitled to. We're going to remove them just because we'd like to remove them. I just feel that's wrong, and that was my recommendation, and that is what is in the current indemnification bylaw today. So a deletion of former clauses 5.1, 5.2, and a reinsertion of a new clause 5.1 that enshrines the principle of vesting of rights, so it can't be taken away by future council. Now, I'm not fettering council's future council's discretion. So please don't think that that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm actually not doing that at all, because any council that comes in after the fact and attempts to claw back something would be doing so retroactively. And so all I'm trying to do is say, you just can't do that retroactively after someone has joined the municipality, become a member of council, and has read what the rules are, and all of a sudden you're going, oh, those aren't the rules anymore because we're taking it away from you. So I hope that's a full explanation for you, but I'm pleased to try to answer any other questions that you, Mr. Mayor, or council may have, or staff.
Thank you very much, John. Before I go to council for questions, how long have you been a municipal lawyer?
Mr. Mayor, I've been practicing for 37 years. 36 of them have been in the municipal field.
And roughly how many municipalities have you worked with?
Oh, that's a great question. I would say probably close to 200 municipalities. Period. You know, my practice is I probably give advice in a year to maybe 80 municipalities.
Thank you very much, John. All right, questions or comments? I'll come back to you first, Councillor White.
Thank you. Sorry, just it's all about the taxpayer for me in this case, and taxpayer needs to know that budgeted monies are putting aside to indemnify former members of council and staff, and I think that and if it's a significant case, that's definitely former, and the public needs to know that. So I'm not going to find out who it is, but I'm just going to find out that there is money set aside for that, and that's likely the case. So that's as far as I guess I go.
Well, let's do some clarification. This is not budgeted for. This would be an insurance issue. Of course, there is monies budgeted for legals in every budget, but not specifically for indemnification. I'm going to look to our CFO for this. I don't think there's any dollars set in a reserve, for example, specifically for indemnification of members of council, staff, or board and committee members. Are there?
Your Worship, you're correct. There is no money specified specifically. They are just set aside for legal matters in general.
All right. Good. Councillor White? All right. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, just to double clarify, the additions or the revisions you're recommending is commonplace in many, if not all, municipalities.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the revisions, the deletions would put it back in place with other municipalities. I have to admit that I thought twice about whether to add clause 5.1 because I don't know that it's absolutely necessary. But because we're deleting two clauses that said the exact opposite, I thought the better thing to do was be absolutely certain that that there was a vesting. So we added a vesting clause in 5.1. I haven't seen that, to be fair, Councillor Belanger, I haven't seen it in other municipal bylaws, but I think it enshrines the principle or solidifies the principle of what I'm trying to get across, which is once you've decided to allow someone to be reimbursed and to be indemnified, and they've met all of the eligibility requirement. So just remember, they have to meet eligibility requirements. This isn't to say, oh, if someone's been granted indemnification but they weren't eligible. This is, they have to meet those eligibility requirements. Then I think it's wrong to come in after the fact and say, oh, we're not going to do that. So we paid for part of your indemnification, but we're going to stop now. Or, you know what, we paid you indemnification and you were entitled to it, but now we want to claw it back. I think that's just plain wrong at law, and I think the case law is actually clear on that. And just to be certain, I'm recommending to you that clause 5, a new clause 5.1, be inserted into your bylaw. But that clause, to be fair, Councillor Belanger, I have not seen that in other municipal indemnification bylaws.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Through the mayor, understood. And again, when we say acting in good faith and eligibility, like blatant neglect and any kind of criminal activity, you would not be eligible for indemnification. I think that's pretty obvious. But I do, if my memory serves me correct, and I believe it does, this is the second time you have clearly explained to this council the requirement or the recommendation of these changes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
All right, thank you. Other questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a comment and then a question that you will have to let me know if it's appropriate for now. I think without this clause, it's just another reason for people who potentially would like to be members of council or members of the staff have second thoughts about it. So I'm very much in favor. My question, and I wonder if it's appropriate, we did make some changes before with regards to lawsuits, etc., and there seems to be some confusion about whether this is part of that. Is that something that can be clarified for public during this moment?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll look to our clerk, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. These clauses formed the 2020 indemnification bylaw. The council at the time had introduced this new bylaw. The indemnification policy prior to that was drafted and passed in 2006. So that's when these two clauses were inserted, 2020. In 2022, there were other amendments to this bylaw. However, those clauses remained unchanged.
So just to be clear for the councillor, since 2006, members were covered, clearly. In 2020, Council of the Day put these two clauses in that gave them the ability, I guess, to claw that back or not cover or indemnify a member of council or board or committee. Is that correct?
I can't speak to that without going back to understand the report and the justification of inserting those two clauses back in 2020.
But it was in 2020 that these two clauses were inserted, and these two clauses basically give the ability to claw back or not indemnify, correct?
I'll pass that to Mr. Mascarin.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's what the clauses say, and I don't know. I was not giving advice in 2020, so I don't know if it was why it was inserted and the reason for it at that time.
So I'm not looking for anyone to get into the heads of the previous council as to why they were inserted. I'm saying these two clauses that were inserted in 2020 gives council the ability to claw back or not indemnify someone that would have normally been indemnified. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, Mr. Mayor. If you read it, they're pretty blatant. It basically says council can, at any time, decide that someone is not entitled, and then it says, if that's not bad enough, it says, and that if anyone's been paid any cost, they have to reimburse them. So to me, it seemed very clear, and it didn't have any conditions to it. It didn't even say, oh, if it's been determined that something was, the person was ineligible. So it just was, as I said, extraordinary. I haven't seen that. And it was what I keep calling clawback provisions without any justification.
Thank you, John. Other questions or comments? Councillor Loyo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm getting a little confused. This council, when we first got elected, did we not revise this already? Was it not done in this term?
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. The bylaw was amended in 2022, shortly after taking office. However, these two clauses were not touched at that time.
You just refreshed my memory. What was amended in 2022?
I'd have to look that up. I may need time. I could bring something back to a future meeting.
But these two clauses were not touched at that time.
These two particular clauses have not been touched by this council,
Okay.
have not been adjusted in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, then I will reverse my...
You can vote however you like, Councillor. Okay, good. Other questions or comments? Councillor White.
Through your worship, I believe, because I think I was the person who really pushed for this, in this term of council, the indemnification clause when we took office allowed for a council member or member of the staff to be given a considerable budget to sue a member of the public, a resident of the beach, who may have harmed, and I believe this is the word, their reputation. And that was considered by the legal counsel at the time to be a sword rather than a shield when it came to that indemnification clause, and these were added during the previous term of council. And I believe everyone agreed, and we passed that, saying that that was an inappropriate use of the indemnification, maybe an abuse of an indemnification, if I may be so bold, and we smartly removed that bit. But these two pieces, as our legal counsel has stated here, remained in effect.
Kind of an oxymoron. We'll put a clause in that says we can use taxpayers' money to sue taxpayers, but we're going to withdraw the fact that if someone sues somebody, we can claw that back and not cover it. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, just a couple of questions for clarity, and this is for the public's sake. John, you've already indicated that this is very common practice, what we're looking to do here. It is extremely uncommon to see what you've seen in the two clauses that are there today. Is this also not common practice with just about any board that you would join and belong to?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's a very good point. And anyone who would join a private sector board or any kind of other board would look to see, before they join the board, am I going to be protected? Because people could take shots at me on any given occasion. So there's often director's liability insurance that anyone who becomes a board member will want to ensure that's there. This, in a sense, is very much to that. The municipality may purchase insurance coverage for all sorts of things, but there may be all sorts of gaps in your insurance coverage, and this ensures that anyone who joins your municipality as an employee or becomes a member of council will have the municipality say, as long as you acted appropriately, you didn't breach things, you didn't defame someone, you didn't act in bad faith, you didn't act criminally, we'll assist you. We will stand behind you and indemnify you. Find you a solicitor to represent you, pay for those legal costs, and if there's any potential damages, we will be beholden to you for that. That is very common. It's actually the standard. I don't understand how anyone could become a board member in a private setting without any kind of indemnification to back them up. I believe that the comment may have been made earlier by your deputy mayor that there may be a chilling effect for anyone who is deciding to run for councillor going, I want a municipality that will protect me as long as I've acted appropriately.
Thank you, John. And so, yes, for the public's, information, it is extremely important. I have belonged to many boards and been on council here twice, fully expecting to be, to act in good faith and to not commit crimes. And if I don't do those two things, that I would be fully indemnified should frivolous and vexatious or any other. And I can tell you in the municipal world, well, in the world in general, there are many frivolous and vexatious claims that are made against municipalities, and this municipality is not prone from that, so or void of that. Sorry. We always want good people to put their hand up to say, I want to work for and represent the people of the community, and to join councils. I think. If people knew and understood that they would not be covered or indemnified, you would see very few people, if any, do this job. Because, no matter what, doing this job, 20% of the people love you, 20% hate you, and 60% in the middle are all over the map. You can never make everybody happy. But there are certain individuals out there that will make it their life goal to launch frivolous and vexatious claims against municipalities and corporations. It is only natural that these indemnifications be in place. I find it very disturbing, but yet interesting that, any council would move to take this away, but more importantly, move to put a clause in that you could, at your own whim, if you will, decide that somebody else who has done the job before you, or a staff member that has been here before who has worked in good faith, that you could simply say, nope, we're not going to cover you anymore, and what we've covered, you're going to pay back. There's nothing, I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my life. And so, just to be clear, this is not because this council or any of our staff are in any issues or trouble. It is simply because this is the right thing to do, and it's the standard practice. Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Are you only, is it the indemnification only coverage for your term? So let's say 5 years from now, somebody brings forth, oh, you did this back then. Are you covered at that point, or is it just your 4-year term?
You have it right, but I'll let John speak to that. John?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Leo, the indemnification bylaw provides indemnification to covered individuals. A covered individual is a member of council or a member of an employee, a member of staff, or a former member. Now, the indemnification will cover the period in which you were a council member. So, but I want to be clear, it'll cover any actions that arose because of what happened during that term. If you then get sued afterwards and it doesn't relate at all to your term of council, then of course it's a private matter. The council, the municipality is no longer involved. But if it occurred while you were a council member or while you were an employee and now you're no longer an employee, as long as the action which triggered the legal proceeding occurred during the period in which you were in office or you were employed, you would be covered. While it will cover former members and former employees, not with respect to their actions that happened after they left the employment or the office.
Good with that, Councillor? Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much, John. So we then will move on to the question. And the recommended motion is that bylaw number 2026-41 be received and to be deemed to have been read a first, second, third time and finally passed. And we will have a recorded vote on this since it was pulled by Councillor DeLeo. Madam Clerk?
If we could just get a mover and seconder, Your Worship.
Oh, yeah, that would help, wouldn't it? All right, can we have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Timms.
Thank you. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. And now move on to delegation number 7.2, and this is Mr., forgive me on the pronunciation, Berhoze Aizaidi? Okay, did I get that right? Yeah. Oh, good. Come on forward, please, and state your name and address for the record, and you are free to have your delegation, sir.
My name is Baruz Azadi. My address is 25 Path Lane Road in Richmond Hill. Mayor and members of council, I'm here to object to the proposed moratorium on item 9.2 commercial jet ski operations. I respectfully request that council defer or adjourn consideration of the proposed moratorium on the basis of procedural fairness. There are serious issues with respect to compliance with the Competition Act concerning the creation of a monopoly controlled by the incumbent operator and the elimination of competition with respect to both pricing and quality of service provided to the consumer. I have retained counsel who require time to prepare a response to this proposed moratorium and the competition law issues raised by it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Aizadi?
Yeah.
Again, I'll apologize if I should get that wrong at any time. We've heard the delegation. Any questions or comments from members of council? Councillor DeLeo?
I did pull this.
My apologies. Go ahead.
That's okay.
Your Worship, so if there's any questions of the delegate right now, that would be appropriate, and then we will be considering the report further in the agenda under matters of consideration.
Correct. So you've pulled it. We'll consider that later. These are questions for the delegator or for clarity. Nothing then, Councillor? Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you. If we could have the gentleman come back. Thanks. I'm just curious, are you in the process of any sort of arrangements in the municipality, or do you currently occupy a lease to operate?
Yes, I do have a lease, and I have applied for a license.
Can I ask where the lease is?
It's at 72 Main Street.
Anything further, Deputy Mayor? No. All right. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Yes, through the chair. Have you formally been involved with any jet ski operation in Wasaga Beach prior to your current situation?
I do have experience in the field.
I said within Wasaga Beach. Okay.
Okay, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, through your Mayor Smith. Were you the operator there last year?
Not me, no.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Belanger?
Do you have a significant relationship with anyone who operated in Wasaga Beach last year?
No, sir.
Councillor White?
Okay, through your worship, I'll ask a tough question then. If you have experience in doing business of renting jet skis in Wasaga Beach and you weren't involved in the business last year, maybe you could elaborate as to your experience?
I don't think that's something I would like to elaborate right now, and that's something that we can discuss at a later time, if need be. You guys have my contact information. I can leave it, and you guys can connect with me later on.
Okay, so just for the record, you've been asked a clarifying question. You don't want to answer that question, correct? At this time.
Can you repeat the question again?
Councillor?
Certainly, Your Worship. The question was, if you have experience in jet ski or sea-doo rentals, personal watercraft rentals within the town of Wasaga Beach, and you were not the operator last year, would you kindly elaborate on that declared experience?
I have worked as an employee.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Sorry, through your worship, were you an employee at 72 Main Street last summer?
That's correct.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Aizaidi.
Yeah.
We do have a recommended motion here then with respect to this delegation, that the delegation of Mr. Rose Aizaidi pertaining to item number 9.2, commercial jet ski operations 2026 regulatory approach, be received for information. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Timms, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 7.3, we have Ms. Jennifer Jones, the Director of Library Services, for a library services update. And Jennifer, I know that when you first came on board, we welcomed you here, but we haven't seen you back since. We know you've been busy making some positive and great changes over at the library. I've watched some of the videos, which I just think are amazing and quite humorous. So great job, and I think that's probably a great way to pull, well, clearly a great way to pull the team together. So Jennifer, welcome back to Council Chambers, and the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Mayor. I didn't actually know I had a seat here until this morning, so I'll be back more often. I've got great neighbors.
There's always a seat at the table for our staff.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. And you did start online when I first started, so I've been watching online, not realizing I was here. So I do thank you all for giving me a couple of moments to say hello in person and to just give you a quick rundown of what the library's been up to in the last year and kind of where we're going this year. Just more of a happy check-in. So, hello. You know, the library has been in its current home since 2024, and I think it's been an absolute wonderful experience. I'm obviously a newbie, so this is very new to me being in this space, but having come in, it is phenomenal. I am so lucky to get to join this team and be a part of the space as it is. So 4 months in, just the start of my 5th month, the town is in a period of growth, as we heard about this morning already, and it's exciting that the library gets to be part of the amazing things that are happening. So in 2025, it was a year that the momentum held strong. 2024 was absolutely the new chapter that opened for the library, and 2025 was a year of continued demand, steady growth, and meaningful community use. Across the board, residents continued to show that the library is not simply a new building, but an active, well-used public space that's woven into daily life in Wasaga Beach. The library really did have an amazing year, and you know, like everything else, it wasn't without its bumps, but the staff are resilient and continue to find ways to thrive. Of note for me, as the newbie, the number and variety of programs we offer here and community participation in our services are above and beyond. It is absolutely phenomenal to walk into a space and a place where the library is at the heart, and I'm thrilled to be a part of that. The Mayor, you mentioned some of our videos, and one of our most recent ones is the value of your library card. So in 2026, we're focusing on staying the course and continuing to encourage community members to use their library card. As library people, we recognize the intrinsic and economic value of our library cards, the benefits that come with borrowing books instead of buying them, in attending programs, in making connections with other community members, and in learning something new. So at the bottom of your checkout receipt, you'll now see a Today You Saved reminder to highlight that economic value, among other things that we do. So I think this was a bunch of books and DVDs and audiobooks that I had taken out, and if I had have gone to the store and bought them, $205, but all with my library card, they were free. We also really want to make sure that people know part of the value of the library card is not just monetary. It's that you can make a connection, you can create some art, you can make a friend, or you can find a moment of peace. We are not necessarily as quiet as we used to be as a library, but there is still that moment of peacefulness that can be found there. One of the things that the library is best known for, of course, is our programming. That's beyond having just books. Library staff take pride and consistently put a lot of care into offering an array of options with help from community members, special guests, and volunteers to provide our programming. This is a sample list of what we offer for adults, older adults, and seniors. Among our most popular have been our tech help classes and our crafting workshops, but there is a wide array. The chances are if we don't offer it, we should, so please let me know. And there's probably room to fill some more gaps in the community that we weren't aware of. Equally as popular, perhaps more so in some ways, are our children's programming. There's a large variety here, same thing from crafts to Lego playing to the TD Summer Reading Club, which is what we're working towards right now. That's our big summer event. Lots and lots to be had and done for children of all ages, really. And beyond our programming, we also feature a range of services that we provide to the community. So these are some of the overall services, again, besides just borrowing books. We have services that are available to everyone that uses the facility, and some that are added benefits that are only available with your library card. So anybody can come in and use our public Wi-Fi or our public computers, but with your library card, not only do you get to borrow items, we also have book club kits, our digital library, interlibrary loans, so if we don't have it, we can get it for you from another library, or some accessibility tools. We're getting a new oral loop hearing assistance device, that's through the Age-Friendly Committee, and we have magnifiers, headphones, and a number of different assistive tools available on site. The bonus with your library card is that you can also access some of our services from home. These include our digital library primarily, where you can read a book or a magazine, learn a language, get tutoring help, learn a new skill, and even look into your family tree. So the library does have access to Ancestry, so you can do that from home. BrainFuse is our tutoring service, so that's another one where if you're struggling in school, is for younger children, but you can get some tutoring help, and that's in the evening. They're live tutors one-on-one, and it's all free through the use of your library card. Other ways, another things that we do that go beyond our basic borrowing book service that everybody knows us for, would be our books on wheels. So if you're not able to leave home, we can actually bring the books to you. And this could be a temporary, where you've broken your leg and you're stuck at home for 6 months, which I hope never happens. Or if you are homebound and you've reached that point where you're not able to leave, we will deliver some books to you, audiobooks included, so that you can still partake in our services. We have a partnership with CELA, or the Centre for Equitable Library Access. So this is a connection with the CNIB, or the Canadian National Institute for the Blind, that serves people with print disabilities living in Canada. So some of the Daisy readers, which is a physical device that lets you read a certain type of disc, we have one on loan for folks. There's a number of ebooks and electronic books that work through that process, and additional digital formats. So again, online versions for folks that may have some print disabilities, and they could either talk to you or different fonts and a number of options there. The Emergency Food Pantry and the Seed Library are different ways in which we are trying to help address food insecurity in our community. So we partner with the food bank, I'm going to get the name wrong, but the Georgian Bay Humane Society, essentially, and Beach Bites and several other organizations to make sure that our food pantry is stocked and that folks who need it can get access to the snacks and foods that we provide through there. And lastly on this list is our income tax clinics. So we do host free income tax clinics where volunteers complete tax returns with a modest income, for those folks with a modest income in a simple tax situation. We're fortunate to have been working with 3 returning volunteers, one of them who's been doing it for over 30 years, to work with these clinics. And last year, they completed over 500 tax returns for folks in our community. Yeah, and massive. This year, they know they exceeded the 500, but I don't have the final numbers yet because they actually had to extend the program a few months to make sure they fit everybody in. So they have been a huge help and an amazing group of volunteers that we work with. For those of you that don't feel like reading, because not everybody's a reader, and that's okay, we know that, we believe that literacy comes in many different forms. Perhaps you prefer to watch a movie or play a game or do a puzzle. We have all of those available for you. We've also got a great puzzle exchange program. So there's puzzles on site, but you can also take a puzzle, leave a puzzle. So pennies don't exist, but puzzles do. Take a penny, leave a penny. We're into the take a puzzle, leave a puzzle. You may also want to try something new before jumping into getting all the gear. So you can come on out and borrow a pair of snowshoes, some walking poles, a ukulele, or a pickleball racket. We're always looking to expand that beyond books or our Library of Things collection. So again, suggestions are welcome. We have our gallery wall, which is something that blew me away when I first walked into the building. There was a gorgeous display of hockey photos that was on the wall, and it was just stunning to see. We feature all different kinds of art, most often works from local schools and local artists. In March, we had the pop-up local history museum exhibit with the help of Nicole and Darlene from the archives, and that helped wrap up our senior community grant that we were working on. This summer, we're about to launch our Life Up Close, which is a themed summer showcase. So when you walk into the library, it'll be, again, local artists who all have their displays on, all their works on display. And we have our digital lab makerspace. So far, we've been using the space for specific programs and special projects, such as the seniors community grant I just mentioned, where participants were able to digitize their home movies and personal photos as a way to preserve them. The space has several tools, including a 3D printer, a vinyl printer, and a cutting machine, electronics and robotics tools, sewing machines, digital art software, and recording equipment. I think it's a hidden gem in the community. I think this is something that I would love to promote more and bring more to life. It is just such a valuable piece of what we have and what the library can offer. We do want to make sure that this space can be used regularly by community members and not only for special projects. So as we've been participating, or I've been participating in the planning conversations for the K-12 school and community hub, there's a lot of interest in this space being available for students in the future. So we're definitely considering that a high priority to get back up and running and make sure that the students have access to that. And believe it or not, we have more. Even with all that covered, there's still a lot more that we can do. We provide access to community partners. So it's a place where you can actually come in and connect with some of our service partners. You can get your transit pass, and frankly, you can even make a new friend. So our Friends of the Library are probably some of the most vocal volunteers we have, and they do raise quite a bit of money for the library with their annual spring tea, which just happened, and their book sale, which is happening this weekend. Most of what we do is driven by our community, so I've asked for suggestions a couple times, but this is definitely something that's true, near and dear to my heart, and true that we are built on the community and we are part of the community. So we're here to provide our services, but to do that, we need to know what folks want and expect from us. We listen to the community through surveys, conversations, and daily interactions. We connect residents to resources inside and outside the library, and the community does help us shape the future of library through their feedback. On that note, this is my perhaps a bit cheeky mention that we're working on our current strategic plan right now. So if anybody has a few moments and wouldn't mind filling out the survey, that would be fantastic. If you don't use the library, even better. We'd love to have your opinion on what we're not doing for you so that we can start doing something that would attract you to the library. So throughout our existing strategic plan and continuing into the next one, the library's standing goal is to work together with the town and with the community. There are several council priorities that we've been able to directly support by working with the town staff. The new K-12 school and community hub next door to the TPAL is one of the big ones. We help support Snowman Mania and all the community events that I have yet to experience. I'm particularly excited for Canada Day now that I've been a little bit on the inside of learning about that planning. Ongoing age-friendly activities, including our work on the Seniors Community Grant and our dementia-friendly space certification, hosting the emergency food pantry and being a third space, providing programming that celebrates diversity and inclusion in our community. Ultimately, I think we're more than just a library. If you just think of a library as borrowing books, we're also a place to connect, a place to learn, a place to access support, a place shaped by its community. And we do want you to be able to find it here. I realize that's our tagline, but it is also something we truly believe in as the library. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to comment that as council rep, it's really delightful to be on the library board. I'd like to recognize our chair that's with us today, Lorene Gruzek. And I think it would be fair for me to say on behalf of the board that we're just delighted with the work and the creativity that you have brought forward to the library. It's clear spending time there that staff has all confidence in you, in your leadership. And I want to make mention that thank you for commenting about the income tax service at the recent volunteer gathering. I sat with those ladies, and boy, are they very excited about the work that they do, and they would appreciate that recognition. I do want to comment on staff and the support of with the warming center located there, I suppose cooling center too. Your staff offers incredible care and dignity to those folks, so thank you for that. And great presentation. I feel proud.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Great presentation, Jennifer. I just have one question. Your light therapy, is that the lamps?
There we go. Through the chair, yes, it is our lamp. So if you have SAD or any seasonal affective disorder or anything like seasonal lack of sunshine, yes, we have the light therapy lamps.
Yeah. Those are great things to have, especially in the wintertime. Depression is very high with people that don't get enough sunlight, and that's fabulous. I didn't even know you guys had them. That's awesome. At least now I know pretty sun people. Thank you.
You are welcome. Yeah, that's our part of our and more. So there's all of the extra things that I'd be here for another hour, and I don't think that's fair.
Thank you, Councillor. And that is a good point. The first time I ever seen light therapy lamps, we were at a conference in Nova Scotia back in my first term. And we specifically did a visit to the new Nova Scotia library because we were looking and planning for the new library arena at that time. And they had a whole section of these lamps and jam-packed with people and a list of people waiting to get into them. So of course I thought these were like tanning lamps. And so I said to the librarian, the library offers tanning? Well, did I feel silly after that explanation? But yeah, she gave us a really good understanding as to what and how they work, and that's really great to know that we do have those. All right, Councillor Belanger.
Yes, I just want to echo that. I'm in the public quite a bit. I hear a lot of positive comments, and I will say our friends of the library are very passionate as well, and as is the board, and it's exciting. Like, I mean, the TPAL is an amazing place in many ways. So keep up the good work.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Pleasure to meet you again. Thank you very much for a great report. If I could ask maybe for consideration in the future, as far as the library card holder breakdown, can we break that down by community? Just so that council has an understanding of, you know, the number of Wasaga Beach residents versus Springwater versus Clearview versus Collingwood. Because we have such an attractive facility, it's always interesting and important to keep our pulse on outside users.
Sure. Through the chair, I actually have some numbers if you want them briefly.
Oh, sure, that would be great. Thank you for bringing that.
So most of our users are residents. We have it broken down, or I have it broken down here by adults and children. So we have 4,246 adults, 1,145 children. So those would be children under the age of 16. Then we have seniors, 2016. So these are what they would have reported as when they signed up for their card based on their birthday. So the numbers probably vary just a little bit in that. But in total, quick math, 5, 6, 7, that's just about 7,500 community Wasaga Beach resident cardholders. On top of that, we have a sort of a contractual agreement with Tiny Township because they don't have their own public library, so they do contract out, or they will buy memberships, out-of-town memberships from us. We have 85 Tiny residents right now. And then temporary residents who we don't necessarily know what township they're from, but they've chosen to purchase a card or an out-of-town membership for the library is at 105. So they could be from Stainer, from Clearwater, Springwater or Clearview. They could be from any of the townships. They could be from Barrie. I'm not sure at the moment, but we do have roughly 105 folks from out of town who use the library by buying an out-of-town membership. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I just want to echo Councillor Tim's here in recognizing the board and what they do here in attendance today, but also to the another probably unknown benefit of the library is for those who work from home, you can get meeting spaces there. We don't have a lot, like I know in other municipalities they have these, rent an office for the day type spaces, but the library has these. I know people in my industry who actually use ours. They're residents here. They telecommute to Toronto, and they'll actually meet people here in town at the library, and that's just an amazing thing. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor White. Thank you, Jennifer. And again, good to acknowledge that Lorraine and Jody are both here today. Two ladies who spend a ton of time at the library, making sure that the board is doing good work. And so, Lorraine, how many years has it been? And Jody?
I came to the board January 2013.
So that's dedication. Ladies, thank you so much. And Jennifer, thank you for the great job that you're doing over there. I can tell you, walking through the library recently versus walking through the library 6-8 months ago, and even a year or two ago when we first opened it, there's a noticeable, palatable change in the air there with staff, with attitudes and feelings, and again, love the videos. Yeah. Don't know if WSIB likes some of those videos, but I love those videos.
As the health and safety rep, I can say we followed all the protocols. So,
excellent.
No, we're
okay.
good.
So we do have a recommended motion here that the presentation by Jennifer Jones, Director of Library Services, regarding library services update be received for information. Could I have a mover, a seconder? Councillor Timms and Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And it is now 20 after 12. We're going to break for 30 minutes for lunch. Let's say 40 minutes for lunch, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and good afternoon and welcome back, everybody. We'll now carry on with item number 8 on the agenda, which is government relations, and 8.1 is the summer lineup and long weekend beach updates, and we'll look to our General Manager of External Relations and Director of Parks and Recreations and Facilities to speak to us. So I'll turn it over to Sandra and Lee. Who's going first? Oh, we're going to fight over it, are we? Sandra's going first, all right.
Okay. Good afternoon through you, Your Worship. So today we're just bringing a quick update to Council, just a little overview about what's planned for the summer and what people can expect. This week we have announced our summer lineup. You'll recall from this first slide that at last Council we did sort of outline our approach to this summer season, introducing stronger and longer programming where it will have the most impact, working with and supporting the brand-aligned third-party events like our Wasaga Beach Blues Festival, Foam Fest, and many others, and aligning our town's tourism and events marketing. Next slide. Oh, sorry, previous slide. I'm just trying to mix it up for you, Chris. Oh, I got it. Oh, okay. I also just wanted to close the loop on one item that we had let Council know, that our Economic Development and Tourism team had been out on Main Street earlier this year, just sort of canvassing to inquire about the potential to do a sort of taste of the Danforth type event where we do shut down part of our Main Street. Based on the feedback that we did receive from the businesses, we just wanted to let Council know that it's really not a viable solution for 2026. Some of the concerns were just with the construction that's happening along Beach Drive. We just want to make sure that we keep the path to the beach clear and open and direct, and let's just focus on destination marketing and delivering a solid events lineup to try to drive demand this season, and then we would look at something for the 2027 summer. So just to close the loop on that. So this week we did announce our summer lineup, which I'm proud to say that features more than 80 live music performances, many of those in Oakview Woods Park, from Stonebridge Gazebo to our beachfront. So we span starting from, this image in front of you now is our billboard, which you will find on Main Street right now. And I'll just go very quickly through some of the signature things and the new things that you're going to see this summer. So we have Trail Tunes, which is back, as always, on June the 6th. We have a Canada Day celebration and new symphony fireworks. So for the first time on Canada Day, while we will not have a major talent or concert, we are partnering with Nancy Island. We feel there's no better place than to celebrate Canada Day than at a nationally significant historic site that helped shape what Canada is today. So we will be partnering with our friends at Nancy Island to provide a full day of family-friendly activities, DJ music, free swag, giveaways, food trucks, lots of great things that are going to be happening for July 1st. And as I mentioned, symphony fireworks. For the first time, we will be developing a fireworks show that is basically set to an iconic Canadian soundtrack. All the songs that people will bring them back to earlier memories of their summers in Wasaga Beach, and featuring some of our most iconic songs that you will find on the official soundtrack of summer on the town's Spotify soundtrack. Moving into the first week of July, we have our Not So Pro Volleyball. Moving through July, 5K Foam Fest is back, better than ever. And moving into the third week of July, we have our first annual Wasaga Beach Live Festival. This festival is essentially, again, as I mentioned in terms of our approach, building on the success of the Midway, which comes every year. We're turning our annual Midway into something that's bigger, with 2 live concert performances, which will kick off on the Friday evening and span into the Saturday evening. So you can expect a whole program of events, and we'll be bringing forward more information soon. On August the 15th, we have Nancy Island introducing a signature event for the island. Awaken the Isle is the name, and it's really to sort of signify the reawakening of Nancy Island. So it has lied dormant throughout many months of the year, and we're excited that this team is bringing something that will drive visitation, not only to the island, but to the community and to the beachfront in the middle of August. Of course, Memories of Summer is back. We are extending this award-winning series to help people celebrate the last long weekend of summer by turning it into a 3-day live music festival that will run from the Thursday to the Saturday, and of course culminating in what everyone will knows to be a magnificent fireworks display. Moving into the shoulder seasons, we have our Stonebridge Wasaga Beach Blues Festival again, September 18th to 20th. And of course, throughout the summer, we have all of our magnificent weekly events, things that keep people active, and lots of things just for you to passively pop into. If the weather's great and you've got some time and you want to grab the kids and your friends and go and do something fun. We have our farmers market, of course, back from June 2nd to the October 6th. We have Movies Under the Stars, July 8th to August 26th. Somersets is back, July 3rd to August 29th. And I can also tell council that we're in conversations right now with Nancy Island about hosting Somersets, one of the evenings of Somersets on the island as well. So more to come on that, but always looking for ways that we can work with our partners at the province. Are there any questions before I go on to the next slide? Yep.
Questions, Councillor Dilio?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. July 1st, the symphony fireworks. Is that just music? Like no actual fireworks, just music?
No, it is fireworks to music. So if you imagine your favorite, let's say, Guess Who song or Tragically Hip song with magnificent light show happening at the same time for emotional effect.
So there'll be no boom boom, just actual music? You get what I'm
I
saying?
think what happened, I've seen many of these where the fireworks basically go off kind of to the
It's
beat of the
choreographed.
music at those key
Correct.
points in songs. So there will be boom boom. These are normal fireworks, just choreographed to music.
Okay, interesting.
Yes, through your worship, my apologies, I was not clear about the question. Yeah.
Hey, Councillor Timms.
Thank you. I was wondering, and I probably should know this, but where are the movies Under the Stars going to take place?
The Movies Under the Stars take place at the Recplex, just behind the Recplex. It's the same location as last year, and it turned out to be quite successful. One of the reasons we feel it's a very good location is because it's in proximity to where families are coming in and out of programming with the YMCA and at the Recplex all summer, and the playground and the park right next door.
All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, carry on, Sandra.
Thank you. So just moving into festivals and events, I just wanted to explain a little bit about our marketing strategy for the summer. Of course, we are building on what we did last year and making improvements where we recognize that we could. So I just want to flag that for summer event and destination marketing, which will take place between June and October, we are focused on earned media. I've given you a sample here of some of the earned media that we've achieved just since our news release for summer lineup went out, which is yesterday or the day before. It's a bit of a blur. So you can see that we've already started to generate some very positive media coverage. So earned media, billboards as well, which will become active in June, and those will be across the province as well. So you'll start to see some pop up locally, but we will have billboards at en routes along the 400 series highway and a few other locations that we've determined where we have a lot of traffic. Digital and social campaigns, similar to what we have done in the past, we'll be doing more of. And so basically digital ads helping to direct people where to go to plan your visit to Wasaga Beach. Influencers is something that we started last year working with our partners at Experience Simcoe County. We'll be looking at doing more of that. So just collaborating with folks that come up here, travel, and having them promote to all of their followers all of the great things that they've done and the fun experiences that they want to share. And finally, we'll have our summer fun map back, which is a QR code that can be found on a lot of our marketing collaterals, including the billboard on Main Street. We will have cards that our bylaw enforcement officers, that our beachfront ambassadors will be handing out throughout the summer to help raise awareness of all the great things that are happening in the beach this summer. Moving down, I want to talk about two other things that we are really interested in doing. I mentioned beachfront ambassadors. Between May and August, we will have 3 beachfront ambassadors Those ambassadors have already been hired, and they are currently being onboarded this week. Excited to be working with them. They're 3 wonderful young adults that are really excited to be here and to be representing the town this summer. We're also in the process of hiring 2 Destination Wasaga Piping Plover technicians. What's new about this role is that it will be full-time, meaning that we will be monitoring the beach for piping plover activity more than we have ever monitored before in the past, including under Ontario Parks. And those individuals will have extra time on their hands, and so we're going to make sure that they're carrying information about all of the wonderful things that are also happening in our community as well. So while they're staffing the plover hut, that plover hut will now function just as much as an education and outreach tool as it will of a tourist information booth as well. The third point I just want to make here is we are also this year doing something a bit new, which is more formally reaching out into our community for brand ambassadors. That's basically, we're asking local businesses to help champion and share information about all the fantastic things that we're doing this summer and what's happening down at Beach Drive, and to communicate what Destination Wasaga really is all about. These local businesses that we're reaching out to through our partners at the Chamber of Commerce, but also just through our Economic Development Division, we're offering table toppers, maps, cards with QR codes, and more. So we're really calling on local businesses to step up and help out and pitch in this summer. Get in touch with our Economic Development Officer and our Economic Development team, and let us know if you're willing, because we're able to provide materials to help promote all of the great things that are happening in the community this summer. And we're also, of course, always encouraging residents to come into Town Hall, come into 120 Glenwood, visit our local library, again, to help learn about what's happening, and to also step up and to become an ambassador for our community this summer. Be tremendously helpful, and we'd really appreciate it. Moving on, there's been a lot of questions about our parking strategy. So all to say that we have now updated our parking page. The URL is here on the screen. It is wasagabeach.com/parking. So these new parking maps have a QR code where folks can go to actually purchase parking online through Honk Mobile, which of course Honk provides a full list, including images of all of the parking that is available this summer, well, year-round. You will notice that the municipal parking is denoted in green, and the provincial parking lots are denoted in blue. There's another page to this map, which I'm not sharing with you here, but if you go to the website, you will find it. But you'll see a lot of blue along, obviously, beach areas 3 to 6. We're also going to be, we're also in the process right now of designing and implementing a bunch of new green P signs. So we have a new sign strategy. So again, the green P really will denote municipal parking, and those signs will start to go up from Glenwood to right across the bridge, helping people funnel them into the Spruce Street parking lot, helping to funnel them into the 3rd Street parking lot, and those green P signs you'll start to see go up in the coming weeks. Our goal is to have all of them designed, produced, and installed before the first week of June. I mentioned the Summer Fun Map, which is coming soon. Again, we're aiming for June 1st. And of course, we'll be running a digital and social media ad campaign that helps to promote where you can park in Wasaga Beach. This is an example of a parking social media post that Wasaga Beach Provincial Park has put out. We're in conversations with them right now to see if we can collaborate on a social media campaign that helps to combine all of the places you can park for the province and the beach areas where there is municipal parking. And we will also, this is an example of what one of the town posts will look like as well, where we'll mention the beach areas, when they're open, and where to park. I'm going to pass it over to my colleague Lee, who can talk a little bit about beachfront stewardship, because as we talk about all of the things and that people can expect this summer in Wasaga Beach, we wanted not only to cover special events and parking, but we also wanted to let people know what they could expect in terms of stewardship this summer.
Thank you, Sandra. Before we go to Lee, any other questions for Sandra? Councillor DeLeo?
I just wanted to add, so Sandra, the reason why I was asking about the symphony fireworks, because they do have silent fireworks with music. Just
Through you, Your Worship, my apologies, can you just, repeat the question?
Yeah, I said the reason why I was bringing up the symphony fireworks is because they do have fireworks that are silent, but music added. So it's just music, and as the fireworks go up, the music go with it. And they're very popular in Europe and also in the United States.
I'm not familiar with those, but sounds interesting.
All right, I'm assuming we've booked everything for this year already, so yeah, but we could look for that in future possibly as an option. All right, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, great report so far. I'm really loving the strategy, and I'm really loving how much detailed thought has gone into absolutely every piece. When you speak about engaging the business community as ambassadors and making sure that they know all the latest, greatest information so that they can share that, are we thinking about like an industry night or something? Because servers often get asked in our restaurants, pubs, whatever, questions. And so we want to make sure that they for sure have all the information. Same with folks like at Skull Island, you know, or Wasaga 500. So what's your plan specifically around those pieces, if you could share?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So our economic development team is doing direct outreach to local businesses right now, getting an understanding of who would have capacity or an interest to sort of have table toppers in their establishments during the summer. I believe we are sort of taking a phased approach in terms of accommodations, food, beverage service providers, like restaurants, for example. So I believe that that is the approach by type of business, and I believe that that work is underway, but that sounds like a very interesting idea, and I'm happy to bring that back to the team.
All right, any other questions for Sandra? All right, moving on. Lee, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council, and thank you, Sandra, for the update there. In addition to some of the stewardship initiatives, I'll also give Council a brief update on our operational activities that have been completed to date prior to the long weekend here. So in early April, town staff and Birds Canada partnered up to do training for our staff. That mainly consisted of park staff and bylaw staff. And as we bring on our volunteers, our plover technicians, and our beach ambassadors, we will be continuing with those training exercises and onboarding. We've installed the educational and interpretive signage that you can see on the screen there. The comms team has done a fantastic job of preparing those. So those are in place. We have provided a physical demarcation of our no rake zone. Right now it's temporary in nature. With snow fence, we are going to pretty that up a little bit and do something more permanent in the near future here, along with some additional signage. Sandra already discussed the beach ambassadors that started this week. We are in the process of conducting interviews with the plover technicians as we speak. We've been on ongoing collaboration with Birds Canada in regards to signage, placement of additional signage, so that partnership has been working quite well. We have a new bylaw that will appear on the agenda here shortly, and that proposes some of the strongest fine penalties in Canada, so we feel strongly about that. And in preparation for the long weekend, we do have staffing in place, and that does include increased enforcement as well. When we get into the beach operational activities that we've completed to date, parking and roadway sweeping and sand removal has been completed, will be ongoing throughout the season. So if there are some drifts out there, be patient with us. Placement of garbage barrels and recycling barrels. We've completed boardwalk repairs and sweeping. We've done some vegetation removal and leaf cleanup throughout the picnic areas in beach area 1 and 2. Beach grooming activities will continue as per our scheduled service levels and previously established service levels from Ontario Parks. We started our signage program and installation, including honk paid parking signage along with the educational interpretive signage. And washroom repairs, primary cleaning, and stocking are all underway, and we anticipate that all the washrooms, minus one in Beach Area 2, will be open for the long weekend. There's some deficiencies that we still need to correct with the one washroom located just off of 6th Street there. Some items that are forthcoming, our first shipment of picnic tables is set to arrive on Tuesday. So we'll start dispersing those amongst the picnic areas and along the beachfront. Our parks team will be working closely with Ontario Parks on the installation of Moby mats. So I believe we have a little bit of training scheduled for tomorrow, and then we will start deploying our mats. And then continuation of our signage plan, obviously with the bylaw, there'll be some additional signage, enforcement signage that goes out there. Sandra's mentioned briefly the parking signage, entry features, wayfinding, swim safety, washroom signage, and so forth. Again, we do have staffing in place from Parks, Public Work, Enforcement for the May long weekend, and hopefully the weather turns a little bit better for us and we see more sun than rain, but we will be ready to open the gates as of tomorrow morning. That's my update, and if council has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Lee. Questions or comments for Lee? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Worship, through you. Super excited to hear about the picnic tables, more being added, especially in the areas that we'll be assuming from the province. Has your team given consideration to put a little sign on there that says, "Do not place barbecues on here"? Because that's one thing I noticed year after year, that we would lose or the province would lose barbecues because people place, or picnic tables rather, because they place hot barbecues on them and then it chars them and ruins them in sometimes one visit. And if you could provide a little bit more description in regards to the Moby mats, just in terms of the accessible points, has that been decided where they're going to go, as Beach or 3rd Street right now is still very much under construction, how people are going to be able to get access, if you have that information today?
Through you, Your Worship. I know barbecues are going to be covered in our beach bylaw, and that signage is a component of that. As for having something mounted on the surface of the picnic table, I think we can go through the bylaw and then address those matters during that process. With the Moby mats, I can't speak to specifics right now. We know that construction with 3rd Street, and once that is accessible, we'll be ready to put the Moby mat out at that location. We are trying to do status quo, so where the provincial parks had their mats or where we're going to put them out. We did secure, I can't remember the exact footage, but we did buy some additional mats last year as well that we can place throughout our municipal beach fronts as well. As for the exact location, I can get back to council on where those will be placed and what makes most sense for accessibility standpoint.
I would assume that once we've determined that, we'll put that out on social media and through other avenues to make sure that people are aware.
Yes, absolutely. Through you, Your Worship. We have confirmed with Ontario Parks that they will continue to have Moby items, so a variety of different items at the park office. And we're currently in conversations with our friends at Nancy Island, who have now taken over, Huronia Historical Parks, who have taken over Nancy Island, to see about putting our Moby chairs, still hosting them at Nancy Island. And I believe our preliminary plan right now is to continue to have the Moby map access at 3rd Street, but we can absolutely bring an update. And of course, there will be a full social media campaign, and we'll communicate that.
Great, thank you. Other questions or comments? Councillor Ball?
Yes, this is excellent about the plover technicians, and again, this has been something that has been high visibility and high concern on social media. I believe last year there was some signage related to the plover habitat, but the colorful signing, is this quite an enhancement over what's been done in prior years by MECP, is the amount of signing? And somebody can...
Through you, Your Worship, I can confirm that we will have more educational and interpretive signage than ever before. It's currently underway. To give you an example, there are posts right now at every ramp along the boardwalk in the critical habitat zone that only have a no dog sign on them. And we have some fantastic educational signage that will be installed in the coming weeks.
I think we're safe to say that there's many areas of enhancement over what had previously been done to protect the plovers in the past. Is that correct?
I can confirm that we are absolutely working with our partners in Ontario Parks to make sure that we are doing more than has been done in the past.
Thank you very much.
Pardon me. Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, in short order, it sounds like you've done a lot. Like, I think if you asked everybody in town what their wish lists were, they'd talk about picnic tables, obviously a much better plover strategy and signage, so happy to see that. But you did say something interesting. Did you say picnic tables on the main beach area?
Through you, Your Worship. So we will be receiving our first shipment, which the numbers are yet to be confirmed, but we'll say approximately 60 tables that we are going to focus deployment of those throughout the picnic areas first. If there is a balance that we can disperse amongst the beach areas closest to the dunes is where we will start placing them. And then obviously it's an operational matter of moving them and strategic placing them and putting them back to where they should be.
I think to be fair to Lee, when he said the beach, he was referring to the picnic areas closest to the beach. Okay. I'm not so sure we want to be putting picnic tables on the beach, and then they've got to move them when they're raking, and people take them into the water and use them as rafts and everything else, so.
That is correct, Your Worships. Sorry if I misled you there.
No, not at all. No, I understand the concerns around that, but, having, better access to a picnic table, even if it's near the sandy area, like in the shady area there, I think that's such a huge improvement. One of the other major concerns that I hope you can elaborate on is just garbage collection. Those bins often get a little overfull and neglected. Do you feel you have a better strategy there like you do with all the other stuff?
Through Your Worship, we've been planning for this for quite a long time now, and our operational plan is focused on addressing litter and making sure that garbage is removed in a timely manner. We've been able to secure a garbage truck that will definitely assist with our collection, and we've worked on a staffing model that provides us with what hopefully will be significant coverage throughout the primary cleaning in the morning, throughout the day, and then cleaning in the evenings as well. So I think we'll be able to stay on top of it, and obviously there will be challenges during peak volumes and actually getting equipment out there to move around, but we will work with the team and best manage that litter and keep it under control.
Through Your Worship, great. Sounds like you're off to a fantastic start, and I think people will be really appreciative of your efforts. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's important to keep in mind that, in many areas we're still learning. I can tell you that staff have been working very hard and diligently behind the scenes to ensure, that we are looking after and improving upon past practices, and will continue to do so. So I think we'll all be pleasantly surprised. However, having said that, if we get a weekend or even through the week and it's 103 degrees, we are going to have a ton of people in Wasaga Beach. And it's not that, I've often been down there, and it isn't that we're down there trying to collect garbage. It's just trying to get from one set of garbage cans even to another with traffic and people and so on and so forth. It is challenging, but I'm confident that staff are all over this, and we're going to see improvement each and every year as we go forward. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd be remiss to not mention, I absolutely love the graphics of the sign. Thank you so much to the comms team. They're bright, they're colorful, they're consistent. They make me want to come over and look at it. And I got a sneak peek of these at the other office yesterday. And compared to the before signs that were sitting there for the last couple of weeks, night and day difference. So congratulations, please share that with your team.
Sandra?
Through you, Your Worship, I have to give all credit to Kyle Young, who is our creative lead and mastermind behind all of the beautiful things that you see. So I will pass that along. Thank you. I would like to also just point out for everyone's awareness that you'll notice that one of the signs is in French. I will also say that as part of our general marketing going forward, that we are about to put out an RFP for vendors of record for translation, and that we intend fully to start translating into French all of our communications, including news releases about special events and the things that are happening around Destination Wasaga.
Excellent. Thank you, Sandra. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, recently I was at Nancy Island, and it was great to see that they're doing a lot of refurbishing and work over there. And one of the things I did see was work being done on the metal frame picnic tables where they were taking off the tops and the seats. Were we able to invest in that kind of equipment in this order of 60 picnic tables? I'm sure it's costly.
Through you, Your Worship, the Parks team has conducted that activity already. So our picnic tables that were located in the MPA, we've already gone in and refurbished those. Any tables that were left behind from Ontario Parks, we have done that, but there wasn't much of a refurbishment in that sense. We do also have our own internal inventory that we have deployed some of those furnishings in the interim while we are waiting, but we've done all the refurbishment that we can to date with the inventory we have.
A follow-up, I was asking if the new picnic tables are the metal frames that can be switched out with fresh wood when needed.
I'm sorry, Councillor Timms. Yes, they are. They're wooden tabletops where we'll have the frames, and then as the tops start to break down and their life cycle, we'll be able to go in and replace them with new decking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Another thought, just I sit on the Accessibility Committee, so just looking through that lens, have we given any consideration to ordering an accessible picnic table or identifying one or two in a flat, accessible area with some signage so that folks know that they have a place to go?
Through you, Your Worship, to Deputy Mayor, yes, as part of our order placement, we did account for accessible picnic tables as well. In regards to placement, we're not at that point yet, but out of the 100 we ordered, I believe it was either 30 or 20 were accessible picnic tables.
That's so awesome. Thank you very much.
All the right answers today. That's it. All right. Any other questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, I'll just say great job. You know, when we look at the two parks, any improvement is a good improvement. I know that staff have had a lot of work to do to get there, and you know, I've heard from a few people. You know, when are you going to open the park? The park's always had it open before now. Yeah, maybe they did, but they weren't doing the work and the cleanup and the refurbishing and you know, getting that park to a level that we believe, as the town of Wasaga Beach, our park should be at. And I think when people are able to get in there in the next few days, they'll be pleasantly surprised with what they see. Sandra?
Through you, Your Worship, I just wanted to add one point of clarification because there have been a lot of questions in the community about Beach Area 1 and the gates being closed. There is signage, which is not shown to you here, but there are signs on the gates explaining, thank you for your patience. We're currently, you know, doing maintenance in this area. Specifically, we want the public to know that it was very important for us to continue to learn with Birds Canada to understand that we had all of the correct signage and fencing in place to protect the ANTC and the critical habitat area. So part of the reason why we have held off this long is wanting to make sure that we had everything prepared and in place, and that we were taking all of the responsible steps.
And you bring up an excellent point, Sandra. We had a meeting yesterday, a pre-long weekend meeting with emergency services and our key staff here. And, you know, the parks people had mentioned, you know, that every spring they often see traffic and travel both foot and vehicle in the ANSI areas, the areas that you're not to be in. And so I think it's just important that we ask the general public to please obey the signs and stay out of those areas completely. There's a reason why they're there and they're protected, and we're going to do our best, but it takes a community. And so to the good folks of Wasaga Beach, I would say if you should notice people in these areas or in the critical habitat area, that you reach out to our bylaw department immediately and report that so as that we can attend to that to ensure that we gradually stop that type of behavior. All right, any other questions or comments? Anything further, Sandra or Lee? All right, that's great. Thank you very much. So we do have the next item, which is staff reports, and it is noted that items 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, and 9.8, well, why don't we throw 9.7 in for good measure? Have all been pulled from the consent agenda to be dealt with under matters for consideration, and we do have a recommended motion under staff reports that the following consent list items under staff reports and all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding items pulled, and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor White and Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And then moving on to item number 10, which is correspondence items, with a recommended motion that the following consent list items under correspondence be received for information, excluding items pulled and moved for matters for consideration to be voted on separately, and no matters have been pulled on this item. So could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo and seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 11 is minutes of boards and committees, and it is noted with a recommended motion that the consent list items under minutes of boards and committees be received for information. Any questions or comments on this? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Belanger and Councillor Timms. All in favor? Carries unanimously. And now on to item number 12, matters for consideration. And the first matter is Beach Bylaw 2026-0514-46. And this was pulled to be commented on by Councillor Belanger and pulled by Councillor Timms, Councillor DeLeo, and Councillor White. So we will start with Councillor Belanger for your comments, please.
Thank you, through the mayor. My understanding is that the fines for littering have significantly increased, if there was anything in place before, but I think it's way overdue. And I know enforcement will be a little bit of a challenge, I'm sure. But the beach is for everyone, our residents and our visitors, and it needs to be respected by both. And unfortunately, I think we've had a history of way too much littering. Some of it certainly is related to garbage removal, but I think we can understand if there's a full garbage can and there's a bit of litter around the base of that garbage can because they couldn't fit it in. But we've seen just hideous situations both on the beach and in the picnic areas. So I think that it can't be a fine just on paper. We need to get those bad actors and make sure that they burden some of the cost for the cost of our staff and team cleaning it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And now on to Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. My concerns are around the proposed enforcement hours of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. While I understand the intent around safety, management, and enforcement, I think we also need to carefully consider the ripple effect that this may have on tourism, residents, and the broader vision that we're working towards on our waterfront. For several years now, we've been discussing the importance of building a vibrant, walkable four-season destination, a place where people stroll at the beachfront in the evening, grab an ice cream, enjoy dessert after dinner, take in the sunset, or simply spend time by the water. An early closure feels somewhat misaligned with the goal of activating the waterfront and encouraging a stronger evening economy. I also have concerns about the impact on the adjacent beachfront properties and businesses as more restaurants, patios, and tourism-related amenities become part of the mix. If sunset in June and July can be as late as 9:45, A 10 p.m. closure creates a very tight window for families to pack up their picnic, walk to the parking areas, and exit that beach without feeling rushed. There are also many residents and visitors who use the beach during evening and early morning hours, specifically because it's calmer, less crowded. This includes seniors, shift workers, certainly we've seen the photographers who like to capture the full moons and the northern lights and just even the night skies, as well as individuals with sensory sensitivities who avoid the peak daytime periods to stay away from the crowds. I'm also mindful that residents enjoy walking the beachfront with their dogs during the shoulder hours. While I understand there's flexibility in practice, this has been part of a broader discussion even at the Economic Development and Tourism Advisory Committee table, particular whether there may be opportunities to better accommodate responsible early morning and late evening dog walks during low impact periods when visitor volume is minimal. I'm not necessarily opposed to having enforcement tools available where needed, but I do think we need to ensure the timing and approach are balanced carefully against the type of waterfront experience we're trying to create for residents and visitors alike. Now, having said that, Your Worship, I did have a great conversation with Rachel, and I think she is able to speak to some of these concerns that I'm having.
Thank you, Councillor. Rachel.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. I think you brought up quite a few great points as well, and through you, Your Worship. So I'll start with the hours of operation, and then don't let me forget to go back to the dogs. So for the proposed beach hours, firstly, just to clarify, it's more like hours of operation rather than our enforcement hours. Our enforcement hours do go a lot longer than that, especially during the summer months. But the intent behind there is to support things like public safety, environmental protection, and responsible management of the waterfront, especially during hours where, you know, it's darker, there's not a lot of light and things like that. We did do different like municipal comparisons, not only with Ontario Parks to follow suit with what they were doing with their operational hours, but also looking at places like Grand Bend, Toronto beaches, Niagara region, St. Catharines, and so on and so forth. And it seems like a lot of them do have operating hours. Similar to Ontario Parks, though, even though they had these operating hours, it didn't necessarily mean, you know, right away enforcement is going out and saying everyone needs to get off the beach. I think it's more so a provision in place to ensure that, you know, respectful use is still continuing, and allow us to respond based on the circumstances. I think everyone can agree there's a big difference between maybe, you know, a parent and a child looking at the stars, or like you said, a photographer out there, compared to a larger gathering starting to develop and things like vandalism, or other things, even especially around the protected area, can occur when not as many people are around, if that makes sense. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else that I missed in terms of hours of operation. But I do think it's a very important aspect of our bylaw to have. But then we also have officer discretion, like all of our bylaws, all of our provisions within our bylaws. It doesn't necessarily mean we're gonna, you know, start going down to the beachfront saying, hey, off the beach. It helps us manage unwanted or unsafe behavior that's occurring, rather than making sure residents and even visitors can still, you know, watch the sunset and pack up without being rushed off the beach or anything like that. So I hope that provides some clarity around the hours of operation. And then in regards to dogs on the beach, so we do have some provisions in place. We're kind of treating New Wasaga Beach and Allenwood a little bit differently than Beach Area 1 and 2. So with New Wasaga Beach and Allenwood, it is a more like residential-based area, and we do have provisions within our bylaw to ensure that people can walk their dogs in the early mornings and in the evenings during May and September. Outside of those periods of time, we are totally fine with, you know, dogs on the beach. We have some provisions, of course, in regards to leashing and things like that. And then for Beach Area 1 and 2, we are just trying to be very mindful about how it is a lot more people on those beach areas. And obviously, I'm taking an enforcement perspective from it. But something that even our department is dealing with right now is like an overwhelming amount of dog attacks and things like that. And when you get dogs and stuff in close proximity with children and other people and food or whatever the case might be, we don't want necessarily people bringing their dogs to the beach, sitting there all day in the hot sun, so on and so forth. But we did add a provision in there to ensure that people can still walk their dogs along that designated path that's in Beach 2. Without a map, it's hard for me to, identify it, but it's just past the boardwalk, and it kind of goes through that whole area there. People can still utilize it, walk their dogs on leash and so on and so forth. It's more just for that, main sanded beachfront area that we want. I hope that clarifies, though.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Rachel. And next is Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Tim hit it on the nose for that. I know in the early mornings, people like to jog. So if somebody likes to jog at 5 o'clock, the bylaw is saying you can't be on the beach. I've always considered Canada a free country, so to say to someone you can't be jogging on the beach is, I personally would like that revoked, this bylaw. It is just too constricting. You're saying that it may not be enforced, but a bylaw is a bylaw, no matter how you look at it. So that's one. Then I have something for clarification. So it says here, no person shall enter any place where a sign prohibiting admittance or trespassing is displayed, or where admission is otherwise prohibited or restricted. Is that personal signs as well, or just municipal signs?
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Your Worship. That would be for municipal signs, like if there's private property signs, we don't enforce those. And then further to your comments about the hours of operation, I hope that I did clarify what we would plan to do with that provision. I like that provision. I see it across many municipalities, and it's there for a reason. I even spoke specifically to Graham Ben, and they had a lot of great comments around it. Again, it's just an enforcement tool. We also have bylaws in regards to other provisions, but it doesn't mean that we're necessarily kicking joggers off the beach or something like that. I think that our department especially uses great discretion, and we would in this case as well, too.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry, thank you. You said it's also to control unsafe behavior. Have there been many? Because I have, I haven't heard of any, or incidents. Have there been lots in order to get these bylaws up and running?
Thank you, and through Your Worship. Obviously, this is new to us. It's not something that I can say that I have specifically seen unsafe behavior necessarily like from a bylaw point of view, but I don't know if you recall, but in 2018, actually for a few years, we had an agreement with Ontario Parks where we were bylaw officers and park wardens, and that was actually my first summer here, and I can definitely say that there was unsafe behavior, unwanted behavior, not necessarily unsafe, but just unwanted, and it gives us that enforcement tool to follow up with people.
So my other question, it says, permit domestic animal to disturb or interfere with other persons using the beach. So if somebody, let's face it, there's a lot of people that don't like dogs. There are. And when they see a dog in the beach, they make this. So how are you going to determine if that actually is a complaint? Like, if they know the bylaw says that, if there's a complaint, just call us. So how are you going to control that?
Thank you, and through Your Worship. That's a great clarifying comment as well, too, that I would love to make. In regards to dogs, again, I think officer discretion is such an important point that I'm probably going to reiterate so much in this discussion. But when we get a complaint, we fully investigate. If there's someone on the beach that, even maybe thinks that we have provisions in there for noise, and if that's disturbing people. But children having fun and screaming might not necessarily be a disturbance compared to blasting your music that people can hear way down the beach. So again, with dogs and disturbances, it would be based on complaints or even officers proactively seeing it, and we would investigate. We would make our determinations based on both parties and facts involved. It's also, a learning curve, and we are here to educate about the bylaw, and ultimately we want to see compliance. It might just be a dog is in close proximity to another group, and we just inform and educate and just say, hey, do you mind shortening that leash a little bit just so they can't get too close to the young children or whatever the case is.
Last question. How are you going to enforce all these bylaws? So we get a lot of visitors coming up here, and are you going to be giving them warnings, or are you actually going to be fining them? You're going to have a lot of teenagers coming up with no ID. How are you going to enforce that?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So again, in regards, we have a lot of bylaws. And we also have a lot of enforcement staff, and we are able to enforce those bylaws and follow up appropriately. Again, it is very situational based. I'm not going to say that I'm going to necessarily educate in every area or fine in every area. We look at the facts, we follow up appropriately, and we're able to determine, what action we need to take based on so many different factors. And I know, I say that over and over and over again because it is true. In regards to ID, I think you made a comment about that. We get that all the time. Even with our current bylaws that aren't on the beach, sometimes we do have challenges obtaining ID, and we have a great partnership with OPP to assist us in those times if we do have any issues. And we also have higher penalties in regards to obstructing an officer and so on and so forth, if those further enforcement measures do need to be taken, and we're kind of getting that pushback there.
All right, thank you. Andrew?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate one point. Rachel mentioned this. This is not new. Ontario Parks at Allenwood Beach, New Wasaga, Beach Area 1, Beach Area 2 had hours of operation. This has been in place for decades, so this is not new. I've seen some of the comments on social media. Again, status quo, we are doing what has always been done in Wasaga Beach. If you want to go for a walk at 5 o'clock in the morning, I do it quite often. It's beautiful in the morning. We're not going to bug you. If you want to go for a moonlight stroll and stare at the stars, we're not going to bug you. This is for the extreme situations. Rachel needs these tools to be able to address those. For normal stuff, there's no change to what's been going on for decades.
Yeah, excellent point, Andrew. And again, I think what this boils down to is we have to ensure that we give staff the tools so as that they can carry out the jobs as are necessary when they deem them to be necessary. I have many friends who are police officers, and they will tell you, most of what they do today is unless it's a serious crime, is at the discretion of the officer, and there has to be reasonality both from the officer and the individual. You could approach a group of people, for example, who are having a drink in a thermos, and there's never an issue, and are those the people that you really want to hassle, or is it the 10 people over here who are hammered out of their skull? Their dogs running all over the place, and as soon as it gets dusk, they're setting off fireworks. And I can tell you, I've been around here a long time. I have seen countless times where public safety, we've had public events, special events, where we had people shooting fireworks into the crowd, and the general public chasing these people down. I'll tell you, those folks wished it was the police who had chased them down, because when the general public got them, it was ugly. So we aren't, listen, we're not out to be fun wreckers here. Nor is the OPP, nor is our fire department, our bylaw officers, parks. But we have to have the tools to be able to ensure that people comply. And, you made a point, Andrew. If you're running down the beach at 5 in the morning, I don't know why people run if no one's chasing them. I don't understand that. But at the end of the day, if you're running down the beach at 5 in the morning, or you're out staring at the stars and taking pictures, at 11 at night or 2 in the morning, I don't think anyone's going to bother you. do it while you're standing and walking through the ANSI, now we got a problem. And now it's not going to be, you're not going to be happy. So, you know, this is not about wrecking people's fun. And I think a part of this too, Rachel, is probably not so much about getting people out of the park as it is not letting more people into the park after that time, right? It's why we have gates, because that's when we get larger groups, you know, forming and whatnot. So, you know, I invite anyone to go and speak to an OPP officer or a parks warden or bylaw. You'll be surprised what they see in a summer, spring, fall, what they see all year round from our residents, never mind from people who are just coming up here to enjoy the most beautiful community in the world. So I think that there's been a lot of thought put into this. I'm really happy to hear that, you know, staff, you've reached out to other beaches and you know, found out what other municipalities are doing. But again, to your point, Andrew, nothing new here. You know, social media, the sky is falling. Let's keep throwing mud at the wall and see what sticks. But there's nothing new here. This is status quo. It's been happening for many, many years. Councillor White.
That's me. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, you know, the swim areas and the wind sports areas and the no wake areas are very important in the way that they're laid out. And looking through Section 10 here and different parts of this beach bylaw, I'm really happy to see that there's a lot of strong language around what should and shouldn't happen here. You know, having swim areas, you know, designated between Spruce Street and 12th Street, I think is vitally important based on, you know, how much that area is now not just beach activity, sand activity, but also water activity for people like swimmers, and having them protected against watercraft coming into that area and spoiling that fun, I think is important. Also protecting the windsport area at Allenwood, I think it's important too to have that space too, where, you know, they're respecting that there are swimmers there, but also it's a designated area for them to be there so that we don't have chaos and dangerous situations. So I really applaud that. So again, it's just that section between 12th Street and Spruce where we have that active swim zone. I think keeping boats out of there is important, and defining what a boat is important. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. This would probably be for Sandra. This hours of operation, just the way it's worded, it's just not sitting right with me. Is there any way maybe on social media on your end, website, you can maybe explain it a little, that people can still go for a walk, like we're not after them, like kind of like ease it in a bit so it doesn't seem like you're not allowed, because the way it sounds is you're not allowed from this time to that time. That's how everybody's reading, that's how I read it. So if you can explain it a bit.
Through you, Your Worship, absolutely. So the Communications Department will work with bylaw, and we have a public education campaign that will kick off actually tomorrow. And if approved by council, if the bylaw is approved, we will absolutely work to create and deliver, you know, effective communications so that residents and visitors understand what it means. Just to give you an example, and I know this is a little bit unrelated, but for example, even just biking over dunes. We're ready to go tomorrow with a picture of, you know, a track through a dune to explain to people that, you know, should council approve the bylaw, this is exactly what's not permitted, and this is what the impact will be. Yeah, for sure, absolutely, to answer your question clearly.
Thank you, Sandra. Kevin?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to provide clarity for a comment that Councillor White had made, and maybe I led you astray earlier. So our approach to the buoys and the swim zone this coming season was to mirror that of Ontario Parks. So certainly the no-wake buoys were extended from Allenwood, New Wasaga, Beach Area 1, and Beach Area 2, but the designated swim zone per Ontario Parks practice has really been just between Spruce and 3rd. So if there is a request to extend the white buoys, the designated swim zone further, that's something that we don't have planned today, but we could certainly mobilize quickly to secure the appropriate buoys if we did want to extend that. But our approach was to mirror that, but we can certainly look to make that change if there is direction from council on that.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I think with the way that, how the dynamic of Beach Area 1 and Beach Area 2 has changed, not only over the years and the fact that we attract more and more people here and more people accessing the water, but also too with the construction at the beachfront area, we've really exposed people to different beautiful spots that they may maintain for longer term. So if the clerk would be helpful here in understanding how we can make that formal request that General Manager Lalonde needs, I would be happy to put that on the table.
So I think it's probably more appropriate that maybe we ask for a report on this, because we're going to want to see what those costs are, so on and so forth. Because I mean, if you were talking Beach Area 1 and 2, then we're talking all the way to 16th Street.
Your Worship, just for clarity, I was just thinking, I think I mentioned 12th Street, but yeah.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Even 12th Street that's a significant change, and I don't know that we have the buoys or whatnot. We'll have to look at manpower, but I'll look to Kevin on that.
Through Your Worship. Yeah, it would effectively double. So I think the approximate distance of the designated swim zone now from Spruce to 3rd is about 600 meters. From 3rd to 12th Street's another 800 meters, so it'll essentially double the volume of the white buoys. What we've seen historically, and pardon me, I haven't looked at the numbers as of late, but typically a buoy is around $550 plus the chain, plus the anchor that we would construct. So there are costs involved with that, but I did mention earlier we are going to be leveraging some of Ontario Parks buoys this season, but as we develop the strategy in the short term to get our own, you're looking at certainly, I don't want to say $1,000 a buoy, but to go that extra distance. I think in the white buoys that the province had in their designated swim zone was 11. So they had 11 buoys. So I would suggest between 10 and 15,000 would be the additional costs for the additional buoys to get out through to 12th Street.
Okay, Councillor White.
Thank you. I do believe that the white buoys do extend all the way down to and even beyond 16th Street. Was not in our control out there. But they're designated from 3rd Street on, they're just designated as what's called a no-wake zone. So boats can still enter that area provided that they are at no wake. And this is why I'm specifically saying, 12th Street as the cutoff there, because that's really the end of where you're seeing a lot of beach goers in the water. Beyond that, because of the geography and the way that private residences sit, the beach beyond that is kind of less populated and actually better suited for boaters to come near shore there rather than where there's actual kids in the water. So relabeling the buoys that were already there from no wake to swim zone, I think might cut that cost down by quite a bit. And I think the addition of some of those floating orange blobs that designate a swim zone would be a lot less expensive and far more visible and understanding for novice boaters.
Let me be clear. I'm fully in support of doing whatever makes people safe. I get that. I think sitting here today and giving that direction before staff have an ability to come back to us, maybe by next council, is that reasonable, Kevin, to come back and give us an update as to what you think, what the costs are, whether or not it can be done this year? We're late in the year, or are you confident you could move forward and do this?
I'm confident we can move forward, but it's just right now it's more supply, right? So we do know that there is a bit of a time delay once we do place our order, but we can certainly bring a report back. It's just time is of the essence right now if we do want to implement it, because we have seen upwards of 4 to 6 and sometimes 8 weeks delivery on these buoys. So they are coming. Our supplier historically has been from out east coast, and New Brunswick, Nova Scotia. So, but either way, I can task one of my staff to bring a report back in 2 weeks, whatever you wish, Your Worship.
I think a verbal report is probably fine for this. You'd be fine with that, Councillor?
Yeah, of course, Your Worship, and because of the delayed season, because of water temperatures, I don't see little feet in the water impacting your timeline.
You say they have these in Grand Bend. Do we just need to take a trip to Grand Bend to get some buoys? Or? All right, so you're good with that, Councillor? All right. Any other questions or comments then? The folks who have pulled it have spoke to this. Anyone else? All right, we do have a recommended motion then that the report titled Beach Bylaw to the council meeting of May 14th, 2026 be received and the council adopt bylaw number 2026-39 to regulate activities within beach areas of the town of Wasaga Beach, and that council approve a $200 fee for work permits as regulated through the beach bylaw, and staff be directed to bring back an amended fees and charges bylaw. Further questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder on this, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? No. Recorded vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Blanchet.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And moving on to the next item is Commercial Jet Ski Operations 2026 Regulatory Approach 2026-514-41. And this was pulled by Councillor Timms, Councillor DeLeo, and Councillor White. Councillor Timms?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I must.
Sorry, Councillor Timms, your mic is, I'm going to get Chris to look at your mic there. And I'm just, do you mind if I go to the next person? I'll come back to you. All right then. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. It took me a while to go through this report and read it over and over and over, and I can only come to one conclusion on that. So after reviewing the jet ski moratorium report, in my opinion, it is clear the recommendation is unequal, discriminatory, and creates a monopoly for just one operator. The town claims enforcement challenges, yet the moratorium impacts only one business, while the other continues operating. The report also fails to address the legal consequences of allowing one operator exclusive access to this commercial activity while shutting out any others from offering the same service. So, for me, before moving forward with a decision on this matter, I would request it to be returned to staff to provide the enforcement records from OPP and Transport Canada, including and not limited to if any charges were ever laid. The report, in my opinion, should also include a legal opinion on the risks associated with restricting other operators while favoring another. We heard today through a deputation that legal counsel has been retained. If this report is not returned to staff for more complete and balanced analysis, I will be voting against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. So my understanding is that the Councillor DeLeo, you're asking for a motion to defer. Refer back to staff for more information.
Yes, I would like to see the OPP and Transport Canada, and I'd like to see all the charges that were laid between the two, not just the one, but the two.
Excellent. Your Worship, motion to refer, if there's a seconder, is open to debate.
All right, so it is moved by Councillor DeLeo to refer this back. Do we have a seconder for this? Seeing no seconder? All right, that is defeated. Carry on. Anything further, Councillor? Okay, thank you. Councillor White.
Thank you. I think I won't comment on that. I'm not going to, my comments are not specifically around what has already been tabled, that part of a discussion. My comments are strictly about public safety. And you're going to hear this from me time and time again, not only because I live on the river, I teach boating, and all these different things in my past, but also too, I see what happens out there every day, and I can speak from a lot of experience. River safety is my number one priority. Unleashing hundreds of riders that do not possess a PCOC, which is a personal craft operator certificate, is an extreme risk to public safety. Think of this. Imagine you put out a few hundred drivers who have never driven a car before out onto the 400 highway during rush hour. It's absolute lunacy and chaos. I don't think that we should be doing it at all. We have all seen the lack of willingness by some operators to even abide by the most basic of these safety rules, and I cannot condone allowing that level of negligence on our waterways. This place is supposed to be fun, not lethal. So I will be very much supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Timms, you got your mic working?
It is,
All
thank
right.
you. I just want to add to the conversation that I can support a moratorium alongside these stronger conditions that support long-term planning, public safety, and the broader interests of the community. But I do realize that it's a very difficult activity to enforce effectively with limitations on our enforcement capacity. I also believe that good business planning requires a cautious, measured, and long-term approach, and that the balance economic opportunity with experience of residents, visitors, safety on the water, and the future vision of the beachfront. Having said that, I do, however, think that we are going to have to review our bylaws often as our beachfront evolves, and Rachel has assured me that this is part of the plan, so thank you. I can support this.
All right, thank you, Councillor Timms. Other questions or comments? Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. In my opinion, negligence goes with both parties, not just with one. Now, if what you're saying, saying is, if you're having too many jet skis on the water, then to make it fair, why not limit, let's say one company has 10 on the water, the other one has 10, make it fair. So you're not just monopolizing just one company. Yeah, you can do it, but yet you can't. It has to be fair. You're shutting the door on other companies, and that's my opinion, just mine. That's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You continue to use the word monopolizing, and I don't think that is absolutely not the purpose of this exercise. This exercise is for staff to have the time to be able to review the business license, to be able to review this type of operation or activity in the community on our waterways, period. And, in order to do that and ensure that there is safety, they're asking for some time to do so. I don't think it's unreasonable. Listen, this is Wasaga Beach, as Councillor White had indicated. This is a place that's about fun. And you know what? I've rented personal watercraft when I've gone to other places. Often, though, when you rent those, you're not taking 10, 15, 20 minutes to get out of a busy waterway into open water. You're usually out and gone. And so, there have been just way too many close calls. I think it has been reported. We've received calls all the time from citizens that are boating, that are on other personal watercraft, that live on the river, that are seeing some of these behaviors, that are concerned. I had a neighbor whose grandkids swim in the river at their dock, almost hit by a jet ski at one point. And listen, that doesn't mean, I'm not saying either that those jet skis, all of these problems come from the rentals. But staff are simply saying, give us some time here to look at this, to make sure that first and foremost, we ensure our residents and the people visiting our community remain safe, and we have an obligation to do that. Councillor White?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, and you need to understand very clearly what the risks are. If you're not a boater and you're not having, not seeing people swimming in the river, I'll give you a river as a good example of this. There are no designated swim zones in the river. How are you supposed to keep somebody safe in the river if you allow an unguided, unsanctioned, somebody without any concept of the rules or whatever to have an extremely high-powered machine in the same area as a little swimmer? That is a public safety risk. As for one over the other, I really don't care, but I would be the one that would say I find it less risky to have escorted groups go out than just rent to anybody a very powerful machine and let them do whatever they want, wherever they want. It makes no sense. I've been on this river my entire life. I have seen this come and go over time, and I would rather see the escorted groups go out than absolute chaos and risk of death with the other option.
Councillor Belanger?
when we talk about fairness to business, and I had the same concern and had talked to a number of people and staff, and when we talk about fairness of business, I believe Spirit Tours, who is a properly licensed business, had to curtail or move or their tours of both kayaks and canoes in the river because they were being capsized by people that were not being respectful on jet skis. And that can result in injury and loss of life. This is, we've, I think we did have a fatality here, and it's something that we have to do everything in our power to keep people safe. And so when we're saying being fair to business or another business, those operations are unfair to other businesses that would like to operate in that area and have had to cease operations. So it's more complicated than.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? No, I see that, but anyone else before I go back to Councillor DeLeo? No? Councillor?
I'm all for a moratorium, but on both jet ski operators. Just so that residents or visitors can use it. There'll still be jet skis. If you're going to put a moratorium, it's got to be on everyone, on both, not just on one and not the other. That's my opinion.
Thank you. All right, Councillor White, final comment, and we're going to go to council, or sorry, to staff for any further comments, and then we'll call the question.
I understand why you would look at it, or why anybody would look at it that way. But in reality, we have one operator in town right now. The bylaw is simply not allowing for another. This isn't putting anybody out, or this isn't stopping anything from happening. And I do feel, while there is risk in anything, in any activity, whether you're renting cars, cruise ships, or sea-doos, it doesn't matter. There's an inherent risk here. And as a municipality that's in the tourism business, I think that cutting out all sea-doo rentals out of our community would do a disservice to our tourism community as a whole. And I think it's a valuable service that we should have that just needs to be done safely.
You've rented a cruise ship before, Councillor?
Yes, Your Worship, definitely.
All right. Staff, any final comments or thing to add? Madam Clerk?
Thank you. I just want to reiterate that Council has broad and statutory authority over business licensing regulated through the Municipal Act. Council is being asked to provide policy direction to pause issuing new licenses. As you'll see in the report, this is for the 2026 season only. It's a temporary provision that's going to allow staff to report back after the creation of the Destination Wasaga Master Plan. It's going to allow us to review that licensing framework, and most importantly, it's going to allow us to respond appropriately to the community concerns. So I just wanted to reiterate that point.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, if there's nothing further to add, we'll go to the recommended motion that the report titled Review of Commercial Jet Ski Activity in Wasaga Beach to the council meeting of May 14, 2026 be received, and that council establish a moratorium on new commercial jet ski operators licensed for the 2026 season and limit operations to one licensed operator, and that the staff report back to council following the completion of the Destination Wasaga initiative with an update and recommendations regarding the future of jet ski operations in the town. So as I read through this motion, the only concern I have is jet ski is a brand name. I'm wondering if we shouldn't be saying personal watercraft. So is that there's, because otherwise then someone comes and has sea-doos as opposed to jet skis.
I note that if the mover and seconder, I can just put that as a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment to that. I would ask someone to move that. Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor of?
Councillor Belanger.
Oh.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
That carries.
I promise you, Madam Clerk, by the last meeting, I will get this down. All right. Moving on to the next item on our agenda is the liquor law amendments, BYOB, for designated events and provincial park alcohol consumption, 2026-0514-47. And this was pulled by Councillor Belanger, Councillor Timms, and Councillor White. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. My only concern or clarification is that, again, are we coordinating with MECP in that the enforcement, the fines, whether it be Beach 1 or 2 or Beach 3, 4, 5, or 6, are consistent? The reason I ask is, like, if we have a different system in Beach 1 and 2 than the rest of the beaches, then we could be creating some confusion. And it would be, in my mind, it would be advisable that we work with the parks and that we are consistent, and it may be. I'm just asking the question.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk? I was going to call you Councillor Clerk. Madam Clerk?
No, thank you. So, as mentioned in the report, beaches 3 through 6 will be permitted for alcohol possession and consumption. We've been working with Ontario Parks, and as you see in the report, I did reference that there is going to be a little bit of confusion, but what bylaw enforcement and Ontario Park wardens will be committed to is education. Ontario Parks has indicated that they are putting up delineation signage between 3 and 2. And then, of course, our officers will educate where the alcohol consumption is permitted and where it is not.
I didn't clarify that well enough. I was more concerned about if we have unruly behavior and there's a fine within the park. Obviously, we don't allow liquor, but if we get unruly drinking there's going to be fine and enforcement. I believe the park is doing the same thing. You're allowed to drink, but if there's unruly or unacceptable behavior, is the enforcement and the fines coordinated?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Yeah, like for example, even with Ontario Parks, like if there's any other violations happening in regards to alcohol, our fines are very similar in that aspect. And then, sorry, do you mind just repeating the last portion of your question?
It's just the fines and enforcement. Yeah, it was just the fines and enforcement are the same, just for unruly or unacceptable behavior.
And then what I was just going to add to that as well is like for anything like, although our bylaw does have things for, disorderly conduct, things like that, something like public intoxication is going to be handled by the OPP, and that has also consistently been handled by the OPP with Ontario Parks. If there's any issues, again, with not wanting to comply with something, they have been a great resource for Ontario Parks, for us in other aspects, and I'm sure that collaboration will continue.
Thank you, Councillor. Madam Clerk, did you have anything to add?
No, the manager of bylaw enforcement covered it. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And I'll go to Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. My questions were about what it would look like between the divide of the parks, and I think that's been, Beach 2 and 3. I think that's been answered, and also about the OPP involvement. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, ditto. Councillor Belanger covered my concerns with Rachel.
All right, great. I think what we're going to start to see as summer progresses is the people who want to be drinking will be crossing the line to Beach Area 3, 4 and 5 and 6, and the families and the people who don't will stay on our side. So, but again, a learning experience, and this is a learning experience. I said we just had a meeting yesterday with emergency services, the OPP, parks. This is a learning experience for everybody. This is different for sure in the province of Ontario. Parks were pretty clear that this wasn't their decision, but they'll learn and they'll adapt. So we'll see. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for a point of clarification for my better understanding. So obviously when this vote goes through, it's in regards to the the lands that we own, how does it apply to privately owned lands in the municipality? As for example, Stonebridge has always been such a generous host for our blues festival. Does our adopting of this help to provide guidelines for those properties as well, or is this just specifically to the provincial beaches?
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. On private lands, if an operator was hosting a community event or a public event, they would go through the same process that they do now, and that's to obtain a special occasion permit through AGCO. So this decision before council has no bearing on private property as it relates to public and community events.
I think, though, to further answer your question, if it's on private property, it's entirely then up to the property owner whether or not they let people bring their own booze, or they have a designated area where you have to buy booze, I would think, correct? Because I think that's your question. Am I correct?
Yes,
Deputy Mayor?
because as I brought it up at county, when it came to county, my concern was that, the financial viability of so many festivals and events is alcohol sales. It's a significant contributor. And so, my hope is that remains protected. And also too, just for public knowledge, that what we are discussing and voting on today is municipally owned lands, municipally controlled lands.
I'm just thinking about our permitting, special event permitting process. I believe this would be for any event that the town provides a special event permit for the public, this would be applicable. But I can circle back to council.
That sounds great to me, because then it helps to protect all of the events that come through the community as a third-party events vendor. When you think Not So Pro or any of these groups that want to have alcohol sales, they can still benefit from the financials of those and not have to incur additional expenses of security, fencing, policing in order to mitigate the public drinking, or unsupervised drinking. So I'm happy with that answer if that is in fact the case.
Thank you. Through your worship, I relate this to the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario provides that when a public event that's happening outdoors wants to apply for an SOP, that they have to get a resolution of council, or in this instance, it's a delegated authority through our bylaw, that the event is deemed municipally significant. So that is kind of on the same vein as the BYOB provision, where the council would have to designate that event as one that is permitted for BYOB. The recommendation before council is that we do not adopt that type of policy at this time.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none then, the recommended motion is that the report titled the report titled Liquor License Amendments BYOB for designated events and provincial park consumption to the council meeting of May 14, 2026 be received, and the council directs staff not to proceed with the development of a municipal bylaw or policy to permit bring your own alcohol BYOB at outdoor public events at this time, and that council not designate any beach under the town's ownership and or control as a recreational area permitted for alcohol consumption at this time. Mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Timms. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to the next item, branding and wayfinding strategy 2026-0416-63. And this was pulled by Councillor Timms and Councillor White. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question regarding the sign on Beechwood Road. Currently, that sign is located in I think, quite an important corridor with people coming from Collingwood and from the communities on the west of us. When you come through and see a sign that looks so weathered and almost like a go sign, I feel like it's not a very good example of what we're trying to accomplish here by creating a vibrant tourism and exciting community to live. I think that those first impressions matter a lot, and I wonder if we can consider that in future budgets. But in the meantime, if there's not a way that we could put a facade on the sign or do something with it so that it doesn't look as unfortunate as it does. And, you know, just a comment, I feel it's unfortunate that over the years the town hasn't been able to maintain important features like this for this town. But otherwise, great report, very exciting, but that Beechwood sign bugs me every time I drive by it.
I think it's important to note, thank you for that, Councillor Timms, and I'll look to staff in a minute, but important to note, I think we've looked after just about every other sign in town. That's probably about the last one, so no doubt we're getting there, but I'll look to staff for this. Caitlin?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. So we are working on all the entry signs. Our first entry sign that we wanted to focus on was Highway 92. We are planning to redo the entire gateway, install the new permanent ones that we've designed and brought to council quite a few years ago. And we were also going to install a garden as well, right outside of the old Wasaga Stars Arena. Unfortunately, because of the grading and the amazing work that's being done by Farsight in that area, we just haven't been able to get to that project because the grading needs to be done before we can actually get the sign to the level it needs to be. So we've been waiting and waiting, but unfortunately we can't get it in there. So staff has decided to move forward by installing that sign that was planned at 92 over at Sunnydale. So we're going to be installing that in July. So we'll see that come to the community shortly. And then through discussions with our CAO, Andrew McNeil, we have discussed the Beechwood sign quite a bit. So we're planning actually to do some sort of install in the roundabout because Highway 26 and then also Beechwood lead to that roundabout, and that would make a unified entryway into the community. So we're looking at the options for that area. In the meantime, we'll certainly look at redoing the facade again. I'll take a drive out and see what work can be done in the meantime. And in the very, very short term, today or tomorrow, we're going to have a new facade placed at Highway 92. The facade on that sign out in that area, it doesn't match the branding that's in the report that we're bringing forward to council today. So that'll be installed again today or tomorrow.
Thank you. Caitlin, anything to add, Sandra? No? All right. Go ahead, Councillor Timms.
Just a quick follow-up through you, Your Worship. If that sign on Beechwood Road doesn't lend itself to a entryway facade at this time, it might be a good piece of property to use for events and upcoming things as well. It's a shame to let, you know, an available sign go to waste like that.
All right, thank you. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I think a lot of what I really want to touch on has kind of been covered in some of the Wasaga Beach or the beach bylaw and whatnot. But, you know, with all the changes that's happened at our beachfront, not only construction, but change in ownership, changing rules and regulations around where you can and can't have alcohol, who's responsible for what parking lots. Just want to make sure that your wayfinding, you know, kind of takes this into consideration when you're thinking about directing people to things that they should and shouldn't do and understand what they can and can't do in these certain areas as part of your strategy. Otherwise, I read through the whole thing and it looks pretty much bang on. I really like your key focus, but just making sure that customers or visitors have a delightful experience rather than a confusing experience that could possibly happen.
All right, any comments, ladies?
Sure. Yes, through you, Your Worship, I will just add that yes, and of course, working in partnership with the Public Works team, Lee's team over there, we do have a sign strategy. So this will cover, I mentioned earlier, green P parking signs. It will cover wayfinding along the beachfront, educational and interpretive signage in the critical habitat zone. So lots of things coming, and you'll start to see a lot of those signs going up very shortly. Yeah.
All right, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Sorry, just a quick comment through Your Worship. This is a piece that we've always struggled with as a municipality, is telling our story and really celebrating our assets and being able to clearly message to people where to go and how to get there. And I think that through this term of council and through the work that was previously done by the previous council that started it, it's never been better. The brand is spot on. With the HEX values are clear. Whether it's a corporate, whether it's tourism, whether it's strategic priorities or corporate priorities, it's never been so clearly laid out. And so I just really celebrate your entire department that has been a part of putting together this sign strategy. It's not easy work, but it is so important, like not only just for community navigation and civic pride, but being a tourist town and embracing visitors who've never been here before. That kind of navigation is critical to a really great experience, right? Nobody wants to drive around in circles not knowing where they're going. So congratulations, really great job.
All right, anything to add?
I'm on a roll. Through you, Your Worship, I just want to do a shout out to Lee Furlot, to Kyle Young, to all of the teams, including Rachel on the parking signs. It really truly is an interdepartmental effort, and couldn't do it without my colleagues. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And no other further questions or comments? We do have a motion that the report titled Branding Strategy and Wayfinding Strategy Overview to the Council meeting of May 14, 2026 be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Belanger. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith. Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And moving on now to the K-12 School and Community Hub Project Agreement Lease and Shared Use Agreement 2026-0416-67, and this was pulled by Councillor DeLeo and Councillor White. Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, first, let me start by saying I'm proud and happy that we're getting both a Catholic high school and a public high school. So I'm very happy about that. After reading through the agreement, I've got some questions. I didn't realize there were so many more additional costs to it, so I just need some clarification on this. So the town owns the property where the athletic field will be built, and we're going to lease it to the school for $1 a year for 99 years, correct?
The property where the field will be is being conveyed from Farsite Development to the town. The school board will then construct the field. We will take it over as ownership and then lease it back to the school board.
Okay, good. So that's the first one. So the capital cost, so the agreements have ongoing operational costs. So that'll include the life cycle costs implications, which is under, let's see, we have maintenance, we have repairs, capital life cycle replacements, and on top of that, then we have all the utilities associated with the field. So if my question is, if it's shared, how come we're paying for the full maintenance? Because as I'm reading through it some more, I'm noticing that, correct me if I'm wrong, but it says here that under Schedule C, landlord's maintenance obligation, that are we responsible for the goalposts and the benches, as well as all the turf, the mowing? Like, there's quite a bit of a list that we're responsible for. So is that on us?
Through your worship, it's a great question, Councillor. The school board is putting in the capital costs for the field. So they are paying for the sod and the track. We are then taking over, and we will be continuing the maintenance for those assets. I'll maybe look to Lee to speak to the benches and bleachers.
And I would say that the goalposts as well.
Yes.
Through you, Your Worship, yes. So the town will be responsible to address and long-term maintenance of all amenities within that field or within that property to town standards. So this is town standards, not the school board standards. And again, I think in in lieu of the partnership, in the spirit of the partnership, and the capital construction costs, the maintenance of the field falls into what we do as a Parks Department.
So I just want some clarity for the councillor here. The school board is paying for the field to be built, paying for the track in the field, they're paying for the goalposts on the field, they're installing the lighting, everything that's required for it to be operational. We then take it over at that point and maintain it. So we're saving all of those capital costs, correct?
Through you, Your Worship, lighting is not included, but irrigation of the field is part of it.
So the field won't be lit, or will install lighting?
The field has been designed so that lighting could be installed at a future date. We did look at that cost as part of the tender documentation with the school board, but it was outside of the budget for this project at this time.
Andrew?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to emphasize, this is not exclusive use by the Catholic School Board. It's a shared use facility. So in evenings, weekends, holidays, summers, this is the town's field to use as it feels that it wishes to. I also want to share, in the spirit of partnership and collaboration, the vice is, or the opposite is true of the theater. So they're looking after that and covering all the expenses, as well as we're putting in capital, they're looking after the operations. So it is truly a collaboration, a partnership.
I just need clarification here so that somebody asks me, I have the answers for them.
Good. Go ahead, Councillor.
So the field is going to take a lot of work to maintain it. I've been through it. There's quite a bit of stuff that there is. Does that mean extra staff will have to be hired? Because it also says that we're going to have our own equipment to perform all the maintenance and repair activities. Do we have to buy extra equipment? Has all this cost been incorporated? Like, is there like an approximate what all this is going to cost extra?
Through you, Your Worship, all the costs have been calculated and have been identified in our 10-year capital plan. From a staffing component, I don't see any significant increases. We do need some equipment to maintain the amenities, and those have been captured in our 10-year capital plan thus far.
Going on? So the...
Councillor, just
Sorry.
bring your mic up a little closer so we can hear you better. Excellent. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. So the library. I know it's going to be shared, and the school needs it as part of their curriculum. Is the school going to be paying anything to use the library? Because what if during the day a lot of students use it? Will it interfere with the regulars that are there, like the seniors? And has that been, like, have you looked into that part? But are they going to be using the library for free, or are they going to contribute something to the library for its use?
And through Your Worship, there is no restricted community use of residents while the school is using the library. So anybody is free to still come and use the library as they normally would. The school board will be contributing to the collection. They will be contributing a larger sum to the collection at the beginning, at the opening of the school, what they would normally have to contribute to buy books. They will be contributing that to the library board, and then they will be continuing to contribute to that collection on an ongoing annual basis.
One more question, actually two more. So the insurance, I think Andrew would probably answer this one. Are we still under the same umbrella insurance for the school?
Actually, I'll pass that to our insurance expert, Jocelyn.
Thank you, through Your Worship. The school board will have its own insurance for its lands that it owns and operates, and the town will have its insurance for any lands we own and operate. So the field would be under the town.
My question is it the same insurance that we have right now that we're part of the umbrella, like with Clearview, Tiny? It's that same insurance company?
So what you're asking is, will it be covered under the insurance we have currently under the insurance pool through the County of Simcoe?
Correct.
Through Your Worship, yes. So it's all part and parcel of the library's already part of it. Any lands we own are all part of it, so everything we do is part of our insurance pool.
This may be a little far-fetched, but it's just a curiosity question. So if somebody gets hurt on the field, we're responsible for it, correct? Because it's our insurance that'll take care of it.
That is correct.
Do other towns know that? They're also going to be liable? Because as from before, we had this discussion about insurance. Everybody that's part of that insurance is responsible for it.
Through your worship, yes, the pool recognizes that. That's one of the risks when you go into a pool. It's shared amongst all of us, and that's why the insurance pool focuses so much on risk mitigation for all municipalities, so that we are all doing what's appropriate to mitigate the risk that we are all taking together as a group.
Last thing, I'm not going to debate this. So you have the same clause that council delegate the mayor, the CAO, and the clerk to make any minor changes. But I think at this stage, a lot of the changes have been made. So I'm assuming they will be minor, so it doesn't have to come back to council. I'm assuming that. So I'm good with that. Andrew?
And thank you for that.
Andrew?
This one actually is fairly time sensitive, so we would appreciate if council would consider approving that recommendation so that we can get these agreements signed.
Thank you, Andrew. And I think it's important to note out that this is no different than any other municipality who has shared agreements with schools and other amenities within their municipalities. Again, nothing new here. This happens quite often throughout the county, throughout the province. And the insurance pool, which I must say is working exceptionally well. We're seeing some great savings there. And you know, when this pool was set up, it was always under the understanding that as municipalities grow and we take on more land and there's more things happening in our community, that of course it would always become part of the insurance pool. And so it's a great pool. I mean, county staff did an amazing job putting that together, and we're seeing some amazing savings, which is great because I can recall back in the first year of this term of council, our insurance costs went through the roof because I think it was a 27% increase. And so we now control that. So, all right, next is Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. My question around the maintenance of the fixtures has already been answered. However, I do have a question around revenue. So the MOU here discusses a lot about what happens with regards to expenses. What happens with revenue? Given an example of, let's say, a town event, a sanctioned event, happens in the theater. Does the school board wish to take a share of the door? If they operate an OFSA or something on the field and they incur revenue there, are we inclined to take some of that? Like, is there any sort of revenue sharing agreement, or is revenue left to the party putting on the event into their entirety?
Through your worship, it's a great question. I would assume that it's going to be whatever party is putting on the event. They're the ones that are incurring the costs of putting on the event, so the revenue would go to them.
So to answer that question clearly, there is no cost share agreement or revenue sharing agreement as part of this agreement with the school board.
Absolutely, Your Worship. And I would say that if we ever did get to a point in time where we wanted to consider something like that, it would go through the Operations and Management Committee, which are the committees formed by town staff and school board staff, and then would go to council and the Board of Trustees.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, further to that, thinking about like if private groups, let's say a local theater group wants to put on a performance there, the school board itself would incur some expenses with maybe lighting or whatever, like electricity, like whatever, just consumption type. Is there like some sort of like schedule of fees to use that space if it's not either the town or the school board?
Through your worship, if it's during our time, we are the ones that permit to that third party. And we are the ones that would say whether they could use our equipment or not.
And or set fees should we choose to do so. You know, I think what's important for council to remember and understand is that, you know, these agreements, whether it be the school or anything else, these agreements take months and months and months to come together. And you know, these agreements are technically reviewed by our very highly qualified trained staff. They're often reviewed by our insurer. They're often or always reviewed by our legal consultation through the legal firms that we use. You know, we're not sitting down with a napkin at the bar, writing up an agreement and saying, okay, let's do this. This takes time and effort. And again, I want to reiterate, our staff are very, very technically inclined. And the law firms that we use are the best of the best. You know, so by the time all of this comes back to council, ask questions, absolutely, but be rest assured that none of this has been, you know, just brought without it being well vetted you know, well thought out and put together. Can things get forgotten? Yes, that's why we're here. We're here to ask those questions, right? And I'm not asking or saying we shouldn't ask questions. We should. But important to keep in mind, you know, and this, for this agreement, for example, time is of the essence now, right? We're down to them wanting to put that shovel in the ground and get this school started for our kids. And I can tell you as the mayor, this is my proudest moment as mayor in this community, and the fact that not only one high school now, but we've got 2 high schools coming for our kids. And that was a long, hard fight by many people over many years and many councils. And so this couldn't be a more positive, good news story. And the fact that we have a board here that we're able to work with and have been relatively easy to work with, I believe. I don't think there's been any major hiccups. You know, when we look at costs, the theater is a big one. It is the board who, you know, has absorbed the cost of building this theater. You know, raising the roof on this theater so as that it was proper and acoustics would be better, and it had that theater feel. You know, the construction of that theater, if we wanted to do this theater on our own, we'd probably be, well, Collingwood Theater was going to be $75 million. So, you know, here we're doing this for $3 million. You know, the cost for us to build a field and get it ready to the technical standard that this field will be at is, you know, tens if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I think this is all very positive, and I commend staff for the hard work, because I know, Carly, you have spent countless hours on this agreement with the school board, and we couldn't have anyone better in charge of this and looking after this special project for us than you. So thank you for your hard work. Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for that. I wouldn't want my questions to be looking like I'm concerned about the project. No one can commend the school board for acting fast like they did. That level of foresight's amazing. However, I do owe it to the constituents. When I see words like expenses and don't see words like revenue, profit, and loss to accompany them, I got to ask, and I think the people deserve an explanation. The explanation is clear, and I appreciate the answer.
Duly noted. All right, if there's no other comments or questions, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for some points of clarification for residents that might be watching, this field is basically essentially a community park. Farsight development, as with all developments, have to have a green space within their development. They creatively said, okay, why don't we give and designate this as the green space? So the land essentially came from the developer. Then the school board came in and said, we would love to use that because we need a track and field. We'll build it. And then we as a community said, we don't own a track and field. And boy, wouldn't that be a great facility to be able to have for residents and potentially for future events. So we'll come in and maintain it. I think this is a definition of a beautifully orchestrated partnership, and it just screams collaboration. And I see the library with high school students bustling through it during the day and seniors and the knitting club as an intergenerational opportunity. You know what I mean? That's going to be so unique, where students are going to be able to plug into volunteering, and the seniors are going to be able to, and all ages. So I don't see that as a loss. I see that as a huge value add. And for a field, that's one of the lowest risks for insurance. It doesn't have a playground on it, right? It's not a swimming pool. It's not a horse track riding thing. It's a field, right? So in terms of risk mitigation and benefit, community benefit, the other far outweighs the risk. Thank you. Just wanted for clarification.
Thank you, Deputy Mishnell. And you know what? I think we'd be remiss if we didn't, throw a shout out to Mr. Bob Schickendance at Farsight Homes. They have been absolutely instrumental in helping make this deal happen and conveying the land to the town at no cost, so as that we could do this agreement with the field and with the school. So to Farsight Homes, this municipality is very grateful for his generosity as well. All right, we do have a motion then that the K-12 report titled the K-12 School and Community Hub Project Agreement Lease and Shared Use Agreement to the Council meeting of May 14, 2026 be received, and that Council delegate authority to the Mayor, CAO, and Clerk to make any minor changes as required to finalize and execute the following agreements between the Town of Wasaga Beach and the Simcoe Muskoka Catholic District School Board: the project agreement, the lease agreement, the shared use agreement, and that Council authorize staff to proceed with all the actions necessary to give effect to these agreements. Mover and a seconder on this, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Timms. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
3 in a row. In favor.
Carries unanimously.
All right, Wasaga Beach X Flex Bus Marketing Partnership Proposal 2026-0514-44. And this was pulled by Councillor Belanger and Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor Belanger? I'm sorry, I'm looking to the next one down because I turned the page. So this is Councillor White. Councillor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I did only pull this for a comment, but we figured it might come for a bit more. I love this initiative. I think it's a really good collaboration with Flixbus. Sometimes it can be easily viewed that, day trippers are maybe the least valuable to our tourism economy as they come. They leave the garbage and then we have to clean up after them. But with the addition of a hotel, not only the one at the main beach, but also the other one at the other end, the Hampton, I feel like we have finally put ourselves in a position where we can convert some of these day trippers into either a returned longer stay or encourage them to spend a little bit of money while we're here. So again, just wanted to say it's a great initiative, and hopefully it, as it grows, converts into longer commitments.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments on this matter? All right, seeing none, then we have a recommended motion report titled Wasaga Beach X-Flex Bus Marketing Partnership Proposal dated May 14th, 2026 be received for information. Mover and a seconder on this, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Timms. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you. And now we're moving on to the Arena Library Project Summary. And this was pulled by Councillor Belanger and Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor Belanger.
Yes, I have a bit of a list here. I lived through this on council. And basically, I want to make it very clear. We have an unbelievable facility. It was a needed facility. I think the utilization of the facility and the revenue expected from that facility, all of the things are going well. However, I think we would all agree that a small town of, I won't call it small, a medium town of 13,000 homes to embark on a $60 million project with no federal and provincial funding is highly unusual. And that started in many things. We now have released publicly, it started with the purchase of the lands. The lands were purchased well above the appraised price of those lands. The original plan of building the TPAL was to borrow a $32 million, roughly 32 million, slightly less, debenture for 30 years at 2.59% interest rate. By the time the construction was done and we were ready to actually execute the debenture, we decided, because of an increased interest rate of 4.79, that we reduced both the years and the dollars. So we ended up taking a $17 million debenture over 25 years at 4.79%. To get to that $17 million, I believe, and after I'm done speaking, it can be clarified, that we looked at all our reserves and where there was a possibility to reduce that original $32 million plan down to $17 million, we did that. But when you draw on reserves, it limits your capacity to do other things going forward until such time we build up those reserves. But what wasn't mentioned in the report were some of the things that through the course of the planning and the construction that were executed to ensure that we stayed on budget. And again, I'm still happy with the end result, but had we had provincial and federal funding, some of the things that likely would have occurred is we would have had a little more interesting bow tie design on the building. That was moved away from. The building would have been 3,000 square feet larger. We reduced the building by 3,000 square feet during that period. If memory serves me right, there was about an $850,000 cost associated to energy efficiency by putting insulation under the library portion of the facility. That was dropped. And then we know that although we stayed on the budget, the sprinkler system, the front sidewalk, the handrails in the stands are all things that had originally been omitted and then fell on this council to pay for afterwards. So I'm sure there were a few other things, but and then, of course, there was operational costs, which is expected when you go to a much larger facility. But the bottom line is the total expense to this municipality, given the fact that we did not get provincial and federal funding, was significant. And I think that too often our residents look at what occurred after the build, when these things happen, and they kind of put all of the consequence on this council. But most of these decisions and most of the impacts that we have dealt with and try to effectively handle to the best of our ability were implemented by a previous council, and I think that's important to note. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Deputy Mayor Snell. You're okay? All right. Anyone else have any comments on this matter? All right. I do have a few comments as well, and thank you for the report, Madam CFO. Very well put together, very important information. But again, to Councillor Belanger's points, I think there's a couple of things to point out here. You know, I remember when we started this whole process back in 2015, we took a committee of folks that we had formed. We'd put $1 million, I think, back at that time in the budget to start the planning process and of a new arena library. We built a committee of folks both on the library side and the arena side. We traveled to several municipalities looking at newer arenas, newer libraries. You know, back then we absolutely knew that we needed a new arena and we needed a larger library, but it was very clear that we were moving forward, and when grant monies, in other words, funding from other levels of government was available, we would move forward with this build. One council comes out, a new council comes in, and it's determined by that council that we're building the arena library no matter what. But they did apply to other levels of government for funding, and they were denied. But instead of going back to the drawing board, adjusting that and going back and asking again, they decided to just go it alone, and it's $58 million now that the residents of Wasaga Beach. And again, the same as Councillor Belanger, this is a beautiful building, and we needed it. But I'm not sure that we needed it so badly that we wanted to put $58 million solely on the backs of the taxpayers. Now, it has been said to me by a couple of people, well, imagine if we were building it now, it would be $120 million to build it, as opposed to 60, and my answer to that is always, okay, well, 1/3 of 120 is 40, it's not 58. It still would have been cheaper today, had we got other levels of funding. And I do believe we were one of the only, if not the only municipality in this province for several decades now that has not received funding from other levels of government to some extent, and a fairly large extent, on these types of facilities. But neither here nor there, councils make decisions. There are decisions this council makes that I'm sure some people shake their head about. It is what it is. But I think what's really important to point out here is, yes, there were things cut from that storage, huge cut to that building, and we now pay the price because we're, have sea cans and we're having to truck stuff in and out of the building, so on and so forth. And the list goes on. We don't need to go there. It's irrelevant now. But what I am hearing a lot is that, this municipality, this council, has raised people's taxes 25% over this term of council. And I think it's important to point out it's 24%, not 25%. And the blended rate is actually 18%. So the dollars and cents that the general public actually feel is 18% over 4 years. I think if you compare us to other municipalities, or most other municipalities, if not all, in the county and around the province, we are probably at the mid to lower range of tax increases over the last 4 years. I can tell you one community within the county, I think in 1 year raised 21 or 27%. It wasn't uncommon to see 8, 10, and 12% increases. So I think it's important to point out, however, out of that 18%, 8% of that, or 7.52% of that, or 42% of that total increase was that was the council portion, and the arena library portion of that on the municipal side was 8.37%, and that was 8.37% tax increase in our first 2 years on this council, solely related to the operational costs and whatnot of the arena library. That clearly wasn't factored into whatever plans in the past, and because I know we were all quite surprised by that. But again, here we had this beautiful building, and we have to make sure that we can maintain it and manage it and keep it up to a good, high quality of standard and that people expect, and the cost is what it is. So, 8.37% or 5.04% on the blended side. And then, of course, it's important to look at the frozen assessment values. So the fact that the province of Ontario has not allowed MPAC to reassess in Ontario for, I think, now going on, Madam CFO, it was 7 years, 8 years?
I think 6 years.
6 years, okay. This will be number 7 coming up then. Is really a 2%, and we've talked about this before. That's a 2% hit to municipal councils that they're not getting in the tax assessment, or 1.2% for those who are looking at the blended rate. So when we look at the difference there over 4 years, it's 13.6% on the municipal side, which is it works out to about 3.12% or 3.2% per year, and then you add the county costs into that, it's a little bit more, which we don't control the county's costs, we don't control the school board costs, and we don't control the assessment, and we had no control over the costs to look after and maintain and make sure that we had everything in place to ensure that the arena library building is looked after sufficiently. So 13.6% Again, 3.4% or 3.2% roughly, don't hold me exactly on this number, per year. That's a pretty reasonable tax increase in this day and age. In our first year, I think we've seen our insurance alone for this municipality increase $27,000 or thereabouts, along with everything else. I think if I asked Kevin the cost to build a road today versus 5 years ago, he'd say it's probably doubled. Kevin, would that be reasonable? Like everything else. And folks, I ask you to look at your own checkbook and look at your own bills at home. Look at what it costs to eat today. The municipality is no different than you all at home when you have to balance your budgets and you have to find ways to cover all of these increased costs. I know that it's very, very difficult for our residents. This is a difficult time. But be rest assured, it is equally as difficult for the municipalities, because we have costs that I have said before. You know, if there's a pothole in my driveway, which there is, I can choose whether to fix that this year or not fix that this year, or just fill it with sand or gravel. Municipalities, especially under joint and several liability, we don't have those options. We must maintain to a minimum standard. We must make sure that our buildings are safe and accessible. We must ensure that roads are plowed and salted and sanded. These are not things that are in anyone's control. It has to be done. And so I think it's important to point this out. I want to be, again, very clear. This building is a beautiful building. We are the talk of the town when it comes to our arena versus the rest of Simcoe County. A concerted effort by several councils to get to this point, good job. But for this council to bear the sole burden because of the costs associated with this is simply just not fair, and it's not accurate. That's why I thought it was important to point out these numbers, and I want to thank our CFO for helping me with that. I appreciate it very much, and the other thing I think important to note is that as we move forward, you're hearing that, with all the improvements and the more commercial that we're working on bringing to this community is solely to try to get our commercial tax base versus our residential tax base to a level that is workable and that is reasonable to try and alleviate these costs on our taxpayers. This council talks all the time, development to pay for development, tourism to pay for tourism. This is to alleviate the costs as much as we can on the backs of our taxpayers. So I just think it's important to point those out. If there's no other questions or comments on this matter, thank you for the report, Madam CFO. We truly appreciate it, and we do have a recommended motion that the report title, one last thing. Back to Councillor Belanger's point about reserves. We should have today a $32 million debt with the bank or IO on this building. Because of our CFO's brilliance, and I truly mean that, she is finding a way that we can do this hopefully a little more cost effectively. But it is important to note that it does now draw down on other reserves that we're borrowing from. So when this council or the next council decides that now they want to do something or need to do something that's required, roads, etc., or anything that falls within those reserves we've borrowed from, now means we're going to have to borrow for that. And could be at a considerably higher interest rate based on where we're at today. Now, hopefully we're going to see that continue to come down, but in this world today, who knows? And so, again, kudos to our CFO for, having the forethought to say, you know what, we can save a couple dollars here if we finance internally. But when the time does come and we need to do an important project that those reserves are not available on right now, we are going to have to borrow those funds. And so just Just making sure that, the general public and everybody else is aware of that. All right, we do have a recommended motion that the report titled Arena and Library Project Summary to the Council meeting of May 14th, 2026 be received for information. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Belanger. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor?
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. And now moving on to item number 13, recommendations arising from boards and committees. We have none today. Item number 14 is council requested staff reports. Council, you've seen the list of staff reports. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, moving along then to item number 15, notices of motion. We have none. And 16, motions where notice has been provided. We have none. And item number 17 is closed session. Item number 17 is closed session, and we do have a recommended motion that the pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the May 14th, 2026 council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters: lease agreements, Ontario Land Tribunal matter, litigation or potential litigation, property acquisition or disposition, and that is it. Can I have a mover or a seconder to go into close, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? That motion carries. We'll now go into closed session. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and we are just coming back into open session from closed session, and I'll look to our clerk for a rise and report. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered into closed session today to discuss the following items. 17.3.1, lease agreements in accordance with Section 239(2)C. As a result of that discussion, the following resolution is before Council. That the manager of building maintenance be authorized to execute lease agreements with food truck operators for town-owned lands along the beachfront. If we can get a mover and a seconder.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor White and Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to...
Sorry, there's more. I'm sorry.
Oh, there's more?
Yes.
Okay.
Council also discussed item 17.3.2, an Ontario Land Tribunal matter, and item 17.3.3, litigation or potential litigation, both in accordance with Section 239(2)E of the Municipal Act. As a result of those discussions, there is nothing further to report. Council discussed item 17.3.4, property acquisition or disposition in accordance with Section 239(2)C. As a result of that discussion, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Municipal Act. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and we'll now move on to bylaws and item number 19.3. And the following bylaws have been received and be deemed and read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed. Bylaw number 2026-39, 2026-40, and 2026-41. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned at 4:20.